Thank you. Our next item is adopting our agenda. May I have a motion to adopt our agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. Next item will be Dr. Meyer's announcements. Dr. Meyer.
And it sets in front of the, right at the entrance of our building. And I'd like to thank the board members for attending this dedication and Dr. Seller's family. I know Dr. Sellers left a lasting impact on Montgomery County Public Schools. And so we'll always remember him. So
Thank you. Our next item is honors, awards, and recognition.
all right, Mr. Pauly, Seniors of the Month.
Thank you, Ms. Karan, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens here in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or teacher who nominated them for this recognition. We actually have 2 months' worth of seniors to recognize this evening, November and December, from each of the schools, and each school will do both months when they come to the podium. We will begin this evening with Chris Stewart, principal of Auburn High School, followed by Guyleen Wood-Setzer, principal of Blacksburg High School, Tony Deibler, principal of Christiansburg High School, and then last, Todd Lewis, principal of Eastern Montgomery High School. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Meyer. It is my pleasure to present to you the Auburn High School November Senior of the Month, Anna French. I would like to just take a quick moment and read a statement from one of our staff members at Auburn High School that highlights the amazing student and person that Anna is. Anna is a charismatic young woman with whose wit and use of puns is matched only by her dedication to her academic success and extracurricular activities. Anna is always an active participant in her classes. She has served in numerous school organizations and clubs. The sponsors of these say that can always be depended on to make meaningful contributions to each of them, whether she is chairing a committee, organizing a community event, serving veterans, or filling donation boxes. Most recently, she was taking the initiative to apply and share what she has learned in her American Sign Language class and created the ASL Club at Auburn High School. Her community service, work with clubs, her success in academics, and the fact that she does all of this while working makes her a well-rounded individual and a testament to her character. Congratulations, Anna. I'd also like to recognize our December Senior of the Month, Carter Keith. I'll read a brief statement from one of our staff members showcasing the amazing student that Carter is as well. Carter has taken a variety of CTE classes and is a wonderful example to his peers. He is always working hard and treats everyone in a kind and respectful way and always gives 100% in all that he does. Carter plans to pursue a career as a physical therapist and carry on with his family farm. Congratulations, Carter.
Spacebar.
Huh?
Spacebar.
Hit the space bar.
Press the spacebar.
Oh, that's what I was getting ready to do.
Yep. When you looked over, I was like,
I was like, do I do it? Okay, sorry. Good evening, board members, and Dr. Meyer. It is my pleasure to recognize the Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month for November, Scarlett Alexandra Rose Hurst. I would like to share a brief statement from one of her teachers, Matt Spring. Scarlett Hurst is a champion. She excels at all things English. Scarlett showcases passion, zest, and a talent in her advanced English classes, creative writing classes, and theater. She dazzles her teachers and peers alike with her charm, wit, and humor. We would like to recognize her achievements as an all-around stellar student. Congratulations to Scarlett as the November Senior of the Month. I am delighted to recognize the Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month for December, Margaret Abigail Ferguson. Mr. Phil Beaver shared Margaret is enrolled in DE Welding and Carpentry 2 this year and hopes to find employment in one of those two career areas upon graduation. That is, if she doesn't go on to one of our local community colleges for further education. We have no doubt that she will. She does what she says and says what she does. Big ups to Margaret and her pushing hard against the stereotype. Women work hard too, if not harder. Congratulations, Margaret, the BHS December of the Month Senior.
Good evening. It's my pleasure and privilege to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month for December is Joshua Caleb Bird. Here's what teachers have to say and coaches have to say about Joshua. Joshua is always eager to learn with a steady disposition and a work ethic rarely seen in students his age. His curiosity, motivation, and determination to understand and solve a variety of problems are all hallmarks of why he will be a successful engineering student as well as an outstanding citizen. Joshua may not always realize what an extraordinary example he sets on a daily basis, but his integrity, unselfishness, positive outlook, and humility help him to be a natural leader who is well respected by his classmates and teammates. Joshua is one that has been unwilling to simply follow the crowd, but instead strong enough to stand and set an exemplary example for those around him. Joshua plans to attend Virginia Tech and major in mechanical engineering. Congratulations to Joshua. And now it is my pleasure and privilege to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month for November was Colby Sterling Brown. Here's what teachers have to say about Colby. Colby Brown is a joy to work with. He is always prepared, attentive, and happy to be in class. Colby is the epitome of a student leader. As the president of his class throughout all 4 years at CHS, it's obvious that his peers see this as well. Colby's drive, demeanor, attitude, and natural ability to encourage and motivate others truly makes him a model for positive social action. He strives for growth in knowledge and understanding. He yearns to understand other cultures, beliefs, and experiences. He is always looking for ways to leave a positive mark at CHS and then getting friends involved as well. He is a 1 in a million student, and I'm so thankful that I've been blessed to work with him in my class. Colby plans to attend Howard University in the fall to study political science. Congratulations, Colby.
Good evening, school board members. Dr. Meyer. First, I have the pleasure of introducing the EMHS December Senior of the Month, Jack Graves. To illustrate how deserving Jack is of this honor, his technical drawing teacher, Mark Eaton, said the following. Since his freshman year, Jack has been an energetic, outgoing, and involved student at EMHS. He challenges himself with demanding coursework both here at EMHS and at the Governor's School. In class, he is thoughtful and hardworking. His excitement for learning draws in and inspires his fellow classmates. His work with the SGA is sincere, and he is often heard in the halls recruiting fellow students to get involved. Jack's tremendous energy permits him to participate in extracurricular activities, including an internship at Virginia Tech, chess club, choir, stampede, interact, Scholastic Bowl, Boys and Girls Club, Archery Club, Church Call Committee, Statewide Senior Council, Youth Representative, Drone Club, Beta Club, Music Club, Debate Club, and MAC. Amazingly, he excels in all these endeavors. To add to this, he has just been elected the SGA president. We here at EMHS are looking forward to what he can accomplish in the future. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor, Jack. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing our November Senior of the Month, Sarah McCagg. And I would like to read the following quote from our English teacher, Daley Howard. Sarah McCagg is one of the most talented, thoughtful, and kind students I've had the pleasure to teach. I've known Sarah for 3 years now and look forward to reading her work and discussing books with her. Her sophomore year, Sarah produced an art piece so stunning that I emailed a picture of it to the author of the novel she based it on. The author absolutely loved it. And Sarah? Well, Sarah was incredibly modest and humble about it. That's one of her best traits, really. She has modesty, humility, and a genuine desire to pursue whatever interests her for no other reason than she craves intellectual challenge and has a curious thirst about the world. She is an absolute pleasure to have in our school, and I know she'll do great things in the coming years. Please join me in congratulating Sarah McCagg as the November Senior of the Month for Eastern Montgomery High School.
Congratulations to all our seniors of the month, both November and December, and I can't wait to have you here to celebrate in person. Hopefully that time will come soon. The next agenda item is the public hearing for strategic plan. And I don't think we have anyone sign up to speak at this time. Am I right, Ms. Drake? So the public hearing for strategic plan is now closed. The next item will be our public address. At this time and at each of our regularly scheduled meetings, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining public education in Montgomery County. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak. The screen throughout the room and on the laptop will indicate when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when the 3 minutes has passed. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during the public address. Now I'm checking the sign-ups. We have one individual sign up to speak, and that is Mr. Ed Gittra. Please come forward, state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. I come to you as a parent who's incredibly grateful for the very hard work that's taking place in this division in very difficult circumstances. I'm here this evening as a parent who's been involved in one of the the division's advisory bodies. And I was very pleased to see earlier conversations this fall on the part of the division and the school board to bring the school board more into align with the guidelines and the requirements and the state as it pertains to these advisory bodies. I subsequently participated in a meeting with one of those advisory bodies after you deliberated and took action. I was very disappointed as a parent to have participated in that meeting. In that meeting, there was incredible conflict, and it happened because of an employee, someone in a leadership position in the division, imposing on that advisory body policy that had not been passed by this body, nor had been affirmed or passed by that advisory body. I take the law and public administration very seriously. That public body was forced to go, I would say forced to go into closed session. As you know, there are very strict parameters for moving to closed session. What happened in that closed session violates state law, I believe. It involved establishing policy. There was an invocation of the parameter that you could move to closed session to discuss personnel, individuals. Individuals were not discussed in the sense that they had all been masked. And the administrator was forcing that body to set parameters, and that body has bylaws. Those bylaws were not followed. They were not amended. You, this evening, are being asked to affirm the decisions of that body. You have in that document evidence of conflict. I would implore you not to affirm that decision because it is against the will of those leaders in that meeting. It is also a violation of the law, and it does not bring me any pleasure to bring this to your attention, but I feel it's very important, believing that there is transparency is important and also compliance with the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board members, next item is our consent items. Unless you want to pull any item, which is mostly our minutes, and I think to grant proposal that is under consent. Any questions or anything that you want to pull?
I just have one question for Mr. Schultz. Could you tell us a little bit more about the VT Prepared grant?
So we had
Yeah.
It's the little labyrinth there.
so we were just approached by a student who wanted to do it as there was a small grant that's run through Virginia Tech.
Okay.
It's usually awarded to students that wanted to work on a project. They had an idea of wanting to bolster create some sort of preparedness kits. Mr. Gerritsen and I worked with the student to kind of help them focus their approach to the grant, and just basically to be supportive in her efforts to go after that, but not making some stipulations that however we chose to move forward, it would be through Jason's office and just deciding what things teachers might need or what they might be able to produce. So it's essentially a student project for a very small grant at Virginia Tech that we're trying to be supportive of.
And it says here for the elementary classrooms, so I assume there'll be enough kits for all elementary classrooms?
That's part of the issue. So we're going to have to work through the details on that and to try to do it based on need. So it may be, depending whether it's funded or not. If it were funded, it could turn out to be an emergency preparedness item if we're going to have to try to be for all the classes. So
Okay,
thank
thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding consent items? Then we move on, and it is considered approved. The next item is paying our bills. May I have a motion to pay our bills?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any questions regarding the bills? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We pay our bills. Next item is our business part of the meeting, and it starts with board member reports. Since we have quite a long agenda, if there's nothing urgent, or if you don't mind moving along, I will suggest we move forward. I know we virtually attended, some of us, the VSBA meeting. Anything you would like to mention or share, Ms. Barton?
Thank you, Chair Karan. I did want to mention
the passing of Mr. Robert L. Dobson, who was an employee of Montgomery County Public Schools for several years. He started out as a teacher at Christiansburg High School and then moved to assistant principal at Christiansburg Middle School between the 1980s to the 1990s. He passed away on October the 7th. I just wanted to give my deepest condolences and sympathy to the Dobson family. He was a great community member, and he was an awesome teacher. Just some of the things that were mentioned about him were inspirational, influenced many lives, a great coach. He's been fondly remembered by his students as being a counselor, a friend, a listener, and most of all, an assistant principal that actually cared. Many felt like they could come to him with problems, and he kept many in school and gave them much inspiration to follow their dreams. Mr. Dobson, you will be sorely missed, and we want to thank you for all of your service to Montgomery County Public Schools and to your community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Parton.
I can wait till next time and do my reports for VSBA.
All right, anybody?
I just have a quick announcement
Sure,
to
Ms.
kind of go into that, which
Sure,
Ms.
Ms.
Parton, I
Bond.
agree, he was a sweetie. Thank you for remembering him. I also just, on that note, somebody that was a athletic director for Glenver Schools, but he also used to be at Auburn High School, Richard McElwee, passed away this past Saturday, and he was a super guy. And so I'd like to just share that thought too.
Thank you, Ms.
So
Bond.
I would like to echo Ms. Parton, Ms. Bond, as far as Mr. Dobson. And Mr. Dobson actually started his career at Christiansburg Institute, teaching there. And I do believe he was the first African-American administrator, assistant principal in Montgomery County Public
You're right.
Schools.
He was.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Any other board members would like to share anything at this time? I have a quick report from the Southwest Virginia Governor's School Board meeting that I went, and participating divisions decided that they should continue virtual because not knowing what each division's plan moving ahead, they couldn't figure out a plan that can work with everyone. So for the rest of the year, they are all teaching virtual there. So moving on, the next item, I think that's a grant proposal.
Okay. Grant proposal, for Shawsville Middle School, Office of School Quality, 2020-2021 mini grants. This grant supports the English Language Arts program at Shawsville Middle. The funds will purchase novels and a reading level-based news article platform. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the grant proposal as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you for motion and second. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We approve the grant.
All right, thank you. Next, the 2020 VT NSF Integrating Physics and Biology. This grant supports summer research and training opportunities for teachers and students. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the grant proposal as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. Any questions regarding this one? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're moving on to the next one.
All right, thanks. This is another 2020 VT-NSF Smart Buildings Grant. This grant supports the development of a design game STEM activity focused on sustainable building design and operation. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the grant as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. Any questions regarding this grant? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve the last grant.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cron. The 2021 reorganization meeting date. During the annual organizational meeting of the board, the meeting calendar is set for the remainder of the calendar year. Because the current calendar ends in December, the board must set an organizational meeting date for the next calendar year. We're asking you to approve January 5th as the reorganization meeting date for 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Any questions regarding that date? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a date for the new year.
Okay. Next is an athletics update. We're not going to present to you. We've given you information in your packet. Mr. Nada's here if you do have some questions, but we're preparing for athletics to begin competition. The information in board docs provides an overview of our return to play protocol. There's also information on mitigation strategies in athletic competition. These procedures have been created using the Virginia High School League guidelines and have been approved with the Region 6 superintendents. So if you have any thoughts or questions about that at this time, myself or Mr. Knott can help you.
Any questions regarding the athletic information, board members?
I think I did, but sorry, I'm just trying to get to it here. Let's see. I think they had certain standards, I believe, and I was just wondering.
Mike
sorry.
working, Mr. Chabaka?
I guess it's, yep, there we go.
Well, maybe you can bring it closer, even if you want with mask.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So I was asking, there seem to be certain standards that are listed there. Are those standards that are just, these are things we can consider? Are these hard standards? It wasn't clear to me exactly how these standards are applied.
So we're looking at three metrics, basically. One is a 7-day metric, and that's the level of burden in Montgomery County and surrounding counties where we would be going to play. If it's in the high, then we're not playing by that one. The other two metrics are 14-day metrics, and that is the number of cases per 100,000.
Okay.
And then also our percent of positive in that 14-day period. And if either of them are in the high or very high, then we would not be participating unless there was extenuating circumstances and our local health department felt like we could play. For example, Craig County right now is in a pretty good situation with their level of burden and their other metrics. They could play. If we were in a high area, but our health department said the reason we're in the high area is because we had an outbreak at a nursing home.
Oh, I see.
And that put us there. Then that extenuating circumstance may allow us to go play. We're going to look at this weekly for the following week and make weekly determinations as to whether we can play or not for us as well as our opponent if we're able to play.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, so I received a message from a parent who was very concerned about our athletes not wearing their mask at practice the way they should and not following some of the guidelines. So how are we monitoring what's going on?
So in our schools, we are currently we are currently in phase 3 guidance from the VHSL, which is out of season practice. We have not begun in-season practice yet. That does not start until next Monday, December 7th would be the first day of that. If our metrics are such that we're in the green, the good areas that we could play, then we would be full practice where they could remove masks, they could practice, they would stretch and warm up with masks, but when they were physically exerting themselves in practice, for example, in basketball, running up and down the court, they would be allowed to take their masks off. There would be lots of cleaning during the practice, wiping of balls and things like that, the equipment that they're using. Currently, they should not be taking their masks off, and if that is the case, then we need to know the school, and I will address that with the athletic director there.
Okay, so we need to probably make sure everyone understands across the district that that's the protocol at this point.
Yes, ma'am, I will do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Mr. Nutt? Thank you, Mr. Nutt.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Knott. Next, strategic plan approval. I'm excited to ask you to approve our new strategic plan tonight. This plan represents thousands of hours of work by hundreds of stakeholders. It sets a clear vision for our school division moving forward. We're asking you to approve this strategic plan tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, everybody wants to move it.
That's good.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? I see Dr. Graham is here, so saying hi to you. Any questions? We are very excited moving forward. That's for sure. great document, and we're going to stick to it and follow it. I'm all excited.
Ms. Karan, should we do a roll call vote?
That will be
Since
nice,
it's the
yeah.
strategic plan,
That will-
whenever you're ready.
That will be nice. Any other questions, discussions right now?
Just wondering, again, can you give me a reminder on what the next steps are? Because I know there's a lot of actions that came out of the strategic plan. So isn't the next step that we are going to basically start funding some of those actions or prioritizing them, or has that already?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. What we were already moving, we already started moving in some areas that we didn't feel like we could necessarily wait, mostly in the area of equity. But what will happen moving forward will be, instead of in the past during our summer retreats, you all worked on school board goals. That will no longer be the case. You will be actually taking the strategic plan and prioritizing, hey, of these actions, what's the priority? What's next? Because there's plenty to do over 5 years, and in terms of importance, in terms of what can we pay for now, what can we afford to do, and it's a checklist in the 5 major areas. And so the administration will be bringing recommendations to the school board to get your input on how we move forward, and everything we do should link back to that strategic plan for the next 5 years.
So our prioritization is going to start this summer? Is that what you were saying for the retreat?
Yes, that would be the next time we have time to just go over it.
Yeah.
I think we've got enough happening right now.
Oh, I bet.
And we have enough things going on that even within the strategic plan.
Yeah.
There may be some pieces along the way between now and the summer that I might come to you and say, hey, we would like for you all to approve that we move forward with this right now prior to the summer. And there are a couple things in there that I will be coming to you for prior to the summertime. But I'd encourage you to take a look at it and look at all the different action steps and things that we'll be working on, and start thinking about priorities and where you all want to head with those priorities. There's some things that our administrative team, I know that we want to, do as well, and we think we can do fairly soon. And so we'll be coming to you with that prior. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at.
Sounds good.
So one of my motivations in asking that question too is to figure out how the plan ties to our resources, especially budget. I like what you're talking about doing. In the summer, we can set the priorities, and then in preparation, because you guys start working on the budget in the fall, so then you can start prioritizing what happens. But,
absolutely.
So that part I get, I understand. I think that sounds like a good plan to me. But we also are, we're about to embark, I guess, on a budget plan right now. Without that, so just wondering, are those
we'll
the things that
go
you'll
through
come back to us on if it requires
absolutely.
funding? Okay.
Because I know there are a couple of things that have some budget implications that we will address with you. There's one major one, I believe, that's important for us to be able to move forward with some of this, and that I'll be discussing with you at the beginning of the year when the budget comes up. But yeah, there are things in there that cost money, and they'll need funded. But then there's some things in there that do not cost money, and that will come at I think we'll get a lot out of it with little cost. And so,
Great. Any other questions, board members? I think we're ready, Ms.
great.
Drake.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Thank you.
all right,
Thanks again, Dr. Graham, all your work.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Graham, for helping us out there, and I'm really excited about the next 5 years in Montgomery County using this as our guide. Excellent. Okay, next, reopening survey feedback. This will be a presentation. Ms. Drake is here to present the feedback from our advisory groups related to the reopening survey data.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. We're going to provide information to you on the feedback that we've gathered throughout this almost 2-month process. getting feedback from our stakeholders about our reopening plan. So we're going to look at the feedback timeline. We'll review academic data. We'll review the responses that we received to the survey. And those responses were reviewed by our advisory group. So I'm also going to present you with the recommendations from each of the advisory groups. I'll move quickly through the slides. I know this information has been in board docs already for you. So just feel free to have me halt if I'm moving just a little too fast. We started this feedback process on October 12th with our thought exchange. The great thing about thought exchange is that it allows for an open-ended response to a question, and then the stakeholders in our community can rate that response highly or lowly. So it's not just a single response that we're getting from a single person. We're seeing how other people in the community feel about that response. So it's a really great tool to start gathering feedback so that we can look at themes. As a reminder, here's the word cloud that was created from the thought exchange. This should look familiar. You saw these reports. And then we saw these major themes: workload, Wednesday, and COVID health and wellness. So a lot of our survey questions surrounded those things. But I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that the other large theme was gratitude. They were thanking you, the board, they were thanking the staff members in our schools for all of the work that is happening to keep education going during these uncertain times. And so our advisory committee feedback, they looked at that thought exchange data. They reviewed the draft survey. They also completed the draft survey as a test group and gave us more feedback and said, hey, when I went through and I was taking this survey, this was funky for me and this didn't work right for me. So that test group was really valuable as well. And then they looked at the survey data that you're going to see tonight. Those advisory committees, there are 6 of them. They represent over 100 stakeholders throughout our community. Before we get to the survey data, we had a really unique opportunity to share with those advisory groups our first quarter of academic data. So the meetings that we held with them occurred the week after the first quarter ended, so we were able to compare 2019 to 2020. And we pulled D and F rates, so students who were getting a grade of D or F. And here you can see our middle and high school. Ds were up 19% and failures were up 151%. And then when we look at grades 3 through 5, in elementary school, they use D's and U's. They don't use F's in elementary school. You can see D's were up 80%, with U's up 370%. We don't have a graph for pre-K through 2 because of the way the grading works at those levels. It wouldn't provide an accurate comparison for you to look at. And so now we're going to go through the reopening survey data. When we look at the roles, when people completed the survey, they could select any of the roles. So you could be a parent and a teacher. And I think what you can see is that we have a really nice representation. We do have more parents and guardians than we have students, and we do have more students than we have teachers. So we had a nice response rate there. Parents specifically were asked 2 questions that no one else were asked. So if you said that you were an elementary, middle, or high school parent, you were asked how your student attends school, and you were also asked if your student rides the bus. You'll see this data come back later in the presentation where we were able to drill down and look at in-person parents or remote-only parents or parents whose students ride the bus. And we have our demographic data. You should be getting used to seeing these charts. We're really glad that we've been able to institute this. So the smaller chart shows our student enrollment across the 4 communities in our area. The larger chart shows our responses. And what we can see is that we don't have a single community that was overrepresented or significantly underrepresented. The multiple communities is really important as well. So those are people who work in one place and live in the other, but they're still counted within our community. And of course, we have our race and ethnicity data. The thing that you'll see here is that our chart, which is a large chart, we have our student race and ethnicity data for comparison in the corner, is we have more options. So when we look at student race and ethnicity, we really are limited to what the state tells us that we can put in. As we ask this question more frequently, we're getting responses back from our families of suggestions for how we can be more inclusive when we ask that question. And so we're happy to include those. And so you'll see we're doing a good job there. One thing that I want to point out is this is the first survey that we've sent out that was translated into Spanish for our non-English speaking Spanish families. So they were able to complete this survey in their home language. They received a message about the survey in their home language from a native Spanish speaker, and their survey results are incorporated automatically into the results that you'll see here tonight. So here's where we get into the meat of it. The first question that we asked is whether we should continue to offer a fully remote option for our students through the remainder of the year. And you can see that largely our all group, parents, teachers, and students seem to be in favor of that. We also looked at parents of students who are remote only already. And so they would be the ones who would potentially see the biggest change if the board decided to make a shift in that area. And what we can see is 90% of those parents say that they hope that that fully remote option stays available for them for the rest of the year. We also asked our stakeholders about offering classes in a hybrid format. So that is when a teacher has both in-person and online students at the same time, or separating those classes into different sections. So a teacher would have all online students or all in-person students. They wouldn't have that hybrid mixed class. And what I want to point out here is the difference between our elementary and our secondary teachers. Elementary teachers started this school year in a separate environment. They were either all in person or all online. Now that's shifted a little bit as the semester has gone on, as more students are moving in and out of the classroom for COVID-related reasons. We haven't been able to keep those classes strictly separate. But what I want to point out is that when you see that large separate for elementary, what you're seeing is, yeah, we want to stay the same, right? We want to stay in those separate classes as much as possible. And when you see that, just that little bit more green for our secondary, you're also seeing we want to stay the same because they are in hybrid. Our next question, we currently have our students in schools 50% of the time in person, right? And so we asked about the schedule. This is something that came directly from the thought exchange. It's a great example of how ideas can go from the thought exchange all the way through the feedback process. And so we asked about a 4 half-day schedule, which is what we currently do, or having students attend 2 full days each week. So our green is keeping things the same, our orange is looking for a change, 2 full days, and our purple is no preference. So we can just see some slight preference there. And then we asked about Wednesdays. Remember in our word cloud from the thought exchange, Wednesday was the biggest word. It was the thing that was talked about the most often in that thought exchange for our general community. And so we took the things that Wednesdays are used for and we asked people about the importance of them. And what we thought was that as you looked at this data, it'll be important for you as you think about Wednesdays and what you may or may not want to do with them. What are the things that people are valuing about Wednesdays? And so you can see the deep cleaning of school buildings is right up top, followed really closely by the ability for teachers to have some planning time, followed right after that with the opportunity for students to request some extra help. But what I want to point out is there also isn't really room for strategic abandonment here. There's not a big gap between our top item and our bottom item. So all of these things are seen as important. This just shows us how important they're ranked within the community. We also asked if schools were open for all students to attend in person at the same time, would you send your student in person? And we talked about some potential mitigation measures. If we required masks, if desk shields would be used anytime 6-foot distancing couldn't be maintained. We would continue a fully remote option and an estimate. We estimate that it would put about 75% of our students in the school building at one time. The health department has said that this scenario is safe with the mitigation described. And so we can see we've got sort of different levels of yes and different levels of no. And so we have our yes group in the green, but also in green are families who said, yes, I would send my students if I was comfortable with the level of COVID in the community. And then we also have a yes, it's a really small group, a small group of yes that says, I have multiple students and at least one of them would come in person. We know that for our families with multiple children in the family, there's no one single answer for every student. And so we allowed for them to say at least one of my students. And so what you can see is our all group, our parents of in-person students, and then our students. We also had 2 categories of no. We had a no, I would not send my student, but we also had what I'm calling our strong no, which is I don't believe this option should be available. And before I move forward from this slide, we talked about desk shields, and Tommy brought some shields for you to look at tonight. Tommy, do you want to talk about those?
Good evening. I think y'all can hear me. So what we have here is a number of setups. This is we call a 3-divide shield. The blue is a film that's on it. It's very difficult to take off, and we just didn't have time to get it off. So you'll see if you go to Bellevue and Shawsville, we've installed these in the classrooms. I have some pictures that I can show after the meeting, and we've set them up like this. At Bellevue yesterday on a table that she wanted to set it up into 3. We used 3 of the 3 dividers. So one was facing this way and the other 2 were facing this way, and we were able to do it. We also, with this setup, and I've heard the statement made, these are flimsies. These units cost $35 each. If I go with something that's made, which we can do, it's a one-time setup, and you'll spend about $130 to anywhere $200 per unit, okay? With this setup here, I can take this, extend this out so the teacher's doing their kidney table. And then coming off of here, I can create 5 student stations that the teacher's got the ability to see every student through the shield, and they're safe and secure. Okay? We are starting tomorrow at Bellevue, and we'll complete Bellevue and Prices Fork Elementary is our intent. Our staff will be working, we're taking part of the staff and we'll be doing work orders during the normal school day. The rest of the staff is going to work half of their schedule Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday on work orders, the other half of the day doing installs at school, and we think we can get it done in 2 weeks. That's our plan, is to have it done by Christmas. We also have, in addition to those pieces, this acrylic, and we have 60-foot piece, 60-inch pieces, 48-inch pieces, and 29. This is a 60-inch piece that we built the weight, because the thing on the weight when you go up here is the top of it and the weight that it could move. We built it. We had 6 carpenters on staff. We can build these very easily to stand, and that allows us, like on the science table, where you've got students working on the lab, 2 students, I'm facing this way, I can put the divider there and get plenty of room away from the protection from the student. We also have the ability with a 60-inch here, with a 48-inch, to take a table and divide it into 4. You can see that at Charlottesville Middle School. We set those up like that. And depending on the type of table and what the teachers want, we also can do the 48 by 29-inch, or we can do the 60 by 29. We think it'll be more. We have a total of 12,000 pieces. We are, like we said, doing Bellevue and Prices for tomorrow. We believe that we'll be ordering a second round of those type of shields, particularly the 3-sided. Those are very popular. New York City is using it. Down in Florida, they're using it extensively. It's being used throughout the country. And I have the ability to get another 4,000 pieces shipped within 1 day. So the decision will have to be made tomorrow, whether we pull the trigger or if not, then it's a 3-week lead. Any questions about shields?
Tommy, those the 2-sided shields, they could be used on the desk chair combos, where it's a desk and chair that's connected to each other.
Correct. You can
Right.
do that. You could also do, instead of the 3, is say I had a wall there, I could do it like this, and then over here have a desk, and I could or use a table and do it like this, with the wall being my shield, here being a shield, this being a shield, and another table. And it gives you greater flexibility is what it gives you.
So how are those stabilized to the
There's
table?
little footers that have there, and we've been generally putting 2 down. We then have an acrylic tape down that we put down onto the surface, so that if I come up to a shield, as big as I am, with that, and I push, I'm gonna push it off. Okay? But if I'm just touching it with the footer, it'll be fine. We won't have a problem. And if we were to see any issues with it, we have the ability to come with a little bit bigger footer. We're just using the footer that the manufacturer recommends. But we can come up with a bigger footer, which will make it even more difficult to turn it over.
Okay, so how about you know, especially small children, just picking them up and just moving them.
They won't be able to
moving
do
them
it
around.
when we attach it down. The
Okay,
little
so-
children will not. The secondary students could, okay? You know, particularly in the high school grades.
Mhm.
But, you know, if they do, we'll go with the bigger footer. The other thing I can go with is I can go with a tape that I can put across here and tape the whole side down with no problems.
Okay, so that they can be made semi-permanent?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
to speak?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, they can.
I've seen these in place at Bellevue when I did my school visit there, both of them. One class used the three-sided one for a teacher who was doing remediation for students. So she doesn't always have the same number of kids in her class. And the time that I was there, she, you know, had a larger number of students, and so she could just go ahead and set those up versus, you know, if she only had 4 and they had room to spread out. But then another classroom was using this one, and they were permanently secured with the great wood pieces that our carpentry folks had made. And the kids actually were describing it to me. It was kind of cool because they said, "Would you like to see my office?" So they called it an office, and it was just like Mr. Krantz described. The teacher can see through them. They can see the students and what they're doing, and especially for our younger grades with the reading and the learning how to pronounce words and phonics. You know, they're great about wearing their face shields, which is great for when they're in their small groups. But when they're, you know, sitting there sharing a table, these things are really great because they're really protected on all 3 sides.
That's cool.
Any other questions about the shields?
All right,
Thank you,
thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kranz.
Brenda, I have a question about this slide.
This
if you
one?
don't mind. Yeah.
Sure.
So when I look at it visually, I see a lot of green and then not as much orange and a little bit of red. But there's that part of the green that says depends on COVID levels. And I would assume that means if the COVID levels are high, that they would disagree. They would be saying no. So it's kind of misleading because you look at this and it says, oh, overwhelmingly yes. Yet really, because it says yes, 41%. I can't see that well from here, and I didn't pull it up. But that looks more like 60%. Over here it says yes, 34, but that really looks more like 55. So I just think that's kind of that graphic I think is a little bit misleading. I think there are definitely, this leads you to think that people are overwhelmingly saying that they would send their children to school full time, and I don't think that's accurate. Because the COVID levels are really going to make a very big difference as to whether they agree with that or not. Just a point.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
I guess for me, looking at it, I would think that any parent cautiously would make that comment that if it was extremely high, then they may rethink it. That's just, to me, a caution opposed to somebody not wanting their children to go. That's just my opinion.
So you're saying that they're just saying that even though if the COVID levels are high, I'd still send them? That's what that means?
No, I'm saying as a parent, they probably are erring in regard. Some might have not made that comment and still think that way. But maybe those that did make that comment just thought ahead and was kind of like, yeah, you know, I want mine back in school, but if the COVID levels are extremely high, I may rethink it.
Well, that's why I think that shouldn't be green, because the green would mean that what they are saying is that they want to send their child to school full time, but they're not saying that. They're saying, I want to send them, but if the COVID levels are high, it's no. So I don't think that those are really big triangles there. We're talking almost 20%, or 19% on the all. We're talking 18% on the parents of in-person. I can't see it that well, I'm sorry. And then on the students, we're talking, like 20%. That's a pretty big portion of people who are saying that if the COVID levels are high, my answer is no.
But also, when this survey was given out, I apologize, they weren't aware of the face shields that would be installed as well either, correct? Or no, or yes?
I think it was in the survey that there would be mitigation.
But I mean, in the survey, I'm sure a lot of those
It says right up
folks-
there, masks would always be required and desk shields would be used anytime 6 feet distancing could not be maintained.
okay. So they were
It's very
aware.
clear what they were saying, and even with, if COVID, so I just, this is a very misleading, I'm sorry, but I feel that this is not a really accurate picture. It seems to me that more than 50% are saying no if COVID levels are high.
Well,
That's
of
what I
course,
see.
the COVID level is so depending on people's, I mean, someone may say it what we have now high, and someone may not think it is high enough to send the kids to school too. So it is a variable, and I see your point too, Ms. Gass, because I was wondering about that too.
Yeah, I'm just saying I feel like it could be like a different color. I'm not saying it should be orange either.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be
It is,
misleading
yes,
in the other
but
direction. I think it's a vague out, they could go either way. And so I just think that, I just don't want us to be misled that it seems like, oh, everybody's saying yes.
Well,
I
and
think
we-
there's this piece that there are, 20% of people are like, I don't know.
Well-
It all depends.
And Ms. Cash, you're right. Levels are very individualized. They're very opinionated. So, what would be a high level to one person who says, well, I don't think this is bad, I'm going to go ahead and send them, and what someone else might consider that a high level. This is very vague in trying to determine a distinct number from the people who are going to send them if the levels are high or low. So, just that section in general is just kind of vague.
Yeah, I think
It's hard to determine what the number would be.
Yeah, you kind of got 20%
Either way.
who are sort of, it depends.
Point well taken, and I think it
That's all, I
speaks
just-
to the importance of the need to possibly keep a remote option available
Yeah.
for those families who are in that portion, for sure. Thank you, Ms. Cass. So we also asked about buses. Remember when I said that we had 2 questions that parents were asked that nobody else was asked, and we would see it later, right? Here it is again. Having more students in our schools means having more students on the buses. And so we talked about, in the current health climate, would you be comfortable with buses having up to 2 students per seat? We talk a lot about the mitigation. There's some information that I was able to get in between presenting this to the advisory groups and presenting it to you, and that is that out of 180 routes, fewer than 20 of them would need to have 2 students per seat. And so this affects a really small number of our bus routes. We didn't have that information at the time. These are the things that you learn. We're responding very rapidly, constantly to this. But you can see our all group, and then where we pulled out the parents with bus riders. Again, they would be the ones most affected. We have a yes, a no preference, and then a few people who didn't have bus riders. So they just had mixed messages from the beginning to the end.
Mr. Ray, can I comment there? This is something our transportation has worked on for several weeks to see how many buses would actually be affected out of the 180 routes, and end up being 20. And I know Tommy wants to elaborate on this, but the transportation feels confident that of those 20, they can make arrangements there. They would have to do some work to make sure, but they feel confident. Any thoughts on that, Tommy? Is that accurate? Okay.
Yeah, some things that I've heard Mr. Cran say is when we talk about our bus routes that are closer to our schools, there's a potential to double back. So you do some of the group and then you go back and get the rest of the group. That's where that is really possible, is in those routes that are really close to the schools. And then we talked about Wednesdays. There, again, lots of questions about Wednesdays. And here is where we can see a really strong request from our teachers and from our students that they would like to see Wednesdays stay as a student work at home day and an opportunity for teacher planning, teacher professional development, and those types of things. We can see that our parents don't have as strong of a feeling about it, but we do have a nice no preference section there as well. And then we asked how closely people felt that our mitigation measures were being followed. We described what those mitigation measures are. I think that it's positive that we can see that 53% of our staff say that the mitigation measures are consistently followed. And then the next thing down was sometimes followed. Our staff members certainly are probably the most aware. They can see what's happening in the schools, but they also have some of the authority to ask students to put their masks on, right, to hold each other accountable. We can see our parent response and our student response there. Still some area of opportunity, and we're constantly working to educate our staff and to talk to our staff members and to our families about the importance of the mitigation we have in place. We asked how informed people felt about the health and safety measures that you've put in place. We can see a really strong, very informed, and somewhat informed, which were the top two, and then a little smaller wedge for slightly informed and not informed.
So can we go back to the previous slide?
Yes, ma'am. You wanted this one?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the portion with our students that say they don't know is almost 22%.
I think they're remote.
There might be remote kids who don't even come to school, possibly.
Sorry.
There may be remote kids who don't even come to school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So then they wouldn't know.
they wouldn't know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you go back one more time then? Taking that into consideration, but basically, it looks like close to half of them are saying that mitigation measures aren't being followed. Close to half of the students who are actually in the classroom are saying mitigation strategies are not being followed. That's concerning. And almost half the teachers are saying that too. That would, to me, would be concerning. They're not being followed all the time. Sometimes is I don't think good enough. I think all the time is good enough.
Definitely
Just a thought.
some areas of opportunity there, for sure. And so we asked about the level of concern that our stakeholder groups had about the different things. This is, again, where you see the thought exchange come into play. So these ideas all came directly from the thought exchange. What we can see on the left-hand side, that is our all group. So the level of concern, there was a sliding scale for the level of concern, and then that was weighted, right? So the highest level of concern something could have would have been a 4. And so we've ranked it by our all groups. Student emotional well-being was the top, followed by general stress and anxiety. And then what we've done is we've split out our parents, our teachers, and our students. They are not sorted by level, right? So this allows you to compare just down the line how high the level of concern was for each thing. So where did teacher emotional well-being fall for teachers versus for parents? Where did student emotional well-being fall for students versus for teachers? So it's a nice overview. I'll give you just a second with this graph to take it all in. Again, I want to point out that the spread isn't big. There's not a large spread between our top and our bottom. So I think that's just a testament to the feedback process, the thought exchange driving this. We were really able to pull out those large areas of concern. And then we asked about the supports that MCPS can provide. We don't have an all group here because we really needed to see parents, teachers, and students. Where are the areas where they need the most support? Our students are really asking for stress and anxiety resources, right? And then we've got our parents really asking for resources to help students with assignments. Our leadership team's already been digging in to the information here, and I think you'll see some of the recommendations from the advisory groups that address this as well. And so again, our advisory committees looked at this information and provided recommendations. There were 6 committees, 100 stakeholders. Our equity committee, our elementary advisory committee, our secondary advisory committee, our school health advisory board, our mental health advisory committee, and our special education advisory committee all reviewed this and have recommendations for you. Additionally, we had 2 opportunities for principals and assistant principals to come together. They went through the same presentation, and they went through the same feedback process where we looked at trying to gather a consensus and looked at trying to make a recommendation, and you'll see that group represented here as well. I'm not going to read every recommendation to you. At the end, you can see we've got the recommendations. We have them by committee. So each slide, this is the equity committee slide. We have the recommendation from the group, the division response from the administration, and whether school board action would be required to make that change or adjustment, to enact that recommendation. At the end, I will go over each of the school board ones with you one by one. Here's the recommendation from our principal and assistant principals group. Recommendation from our elementary advisory group. And again, this is all in that presentation in your packet as well. Our Special Education Advisory Committee. Our School Health Advisory Board. Our Secondary Advisory Group. Mental health. And what we have here are the items that would require school board action if something were to change. So the first one is to allow for DNF students in middle and high school to attend school all day outside of the SAP process. So those students could get an invitation without going through the full student assistance programming process that was recommended by our equity committee. The division agrees with this recommendation with the understanding that some classes may not be able to maintain 6-foot distancing, but desk shields would be in place as a mitigation when 6 foot could not be maintained. From our principals and APs, if a full day schedule is implemented in any form, they ask that specialty classes return to their space with the mitigation in place between classes at the secondary schools. So we're looking there at our STEM teachers, art, choir. And so the recommendation is also supported by a survey of specialty teachers that occurred separate from the feedback that you saw here. 84% would prefer to teach in their classroom if they were on a full day schedule. 51% of elementary specialty teachers would prefer to teach in their own classroom in the current schedule. The administration recommends allowing specialty teachers to choose the location of their classes, either the specialty space or the regular classroom space, while on a half-day schedules, with a note that specialty teachers who choose to have students in their area would need to clean the area between students. We have the recommendation from SEAC to not change the school schedule and keep the current schedule of 4 half-days. The division response is that we recognize that every advisory group discussed the school schedule data. Our School Health Advisory Board, their recommendation was to review and revise plans in light of new information regarding the lack of spread of COVID-19 on surfaces. The administration supports continuing our current cleaning practices and procedures. Our mental health group, they recommended continue offering a remote-only option for students through the remainder of the year. The administration agrees with this recommendation. School board action would only be required there to change what is currently in place. And then the mental health group also made a recommendation to preserve Wednesdays as a student work from home day to provide an effective mental health break for students and staff. Again, the administration agrees with this recommendation, and school board action is only needed if you wish to change what our current practice is. These are the recommendations that will be brought to you, we'll bring back next week for your potential vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Drake.
I'm sorry, I had one question.
Absolutely.
Did the committees talk at all about going to phase 3?
Phase 3 being
Going all day.
All day. So that slide,
In
yes.
person all day.
Yeah, the same slide that we spent some time talking about here. Every group talked about it. I know our elementary advisory group was really, really passionate about it. When I worked through the feedback process with the advisory groups, all of the groups had 10 people or more in them. They would have had to, right, to have 6
Sure.
groups and more than 100 people represented. And so when we worked through that, I would only allow 1 to 2 people to not agree for it to be a recommendation from the group, because I really wanted it to be something that when you saw it, you could feel confident that, yes, this is being recommended by this group. All of them discussed it. Very few of them could get to that level of agreement. And I think it's exactly what we see on the survey, right? On those survey results. The same conversations were happening, but every group that I met with, there were only 2 that I didn't do myself. They were scheduled at the same time as another meeting. And so somebody else ran them, but every group I was in discussed them at length.
But in But in general, was there majority consensus? Not as tight as your majority to fit on here, but was there majority consensus?
It's tough for me to remember 8 different meetings. The elementary advisory, that meeting was finished by someone else and they kept a tally. And I think that was 7 to 4 to 1. And I forget what the 1 was. But not where I would have, that's why you don't see it here
Right, it
as a
didn't fit your
recommendation from the group.
criteria. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about that feedback process and how that was run?
What does SEAC stand for?
The
again?
Special Education Advisory Committee?
Okay. So
We
they
also call it SEAC.
Okay, they're the ones who they said do not change the school schedule, keep the current schedule of 4
Yes.
half-days.
Okay, so there were 12 recommendations from committees that were no's from administration, and that they would be looked at by, different folks, assistant principals, staff, how those would be addressed. When are we going to see, or how are we going to see that information come
Yeah,
back to us?
those no's were, basically, if you go back through some of them, they're internal recommendations. They're not things that the school board really necessarily needs to make a decision on.
Okay, I understand that, but if these are things that came out of the feedback, then I would like to see how they're going to be addressed, how they're being addressed, even if it's on a school-by-school basis. What's going on with these recommendations where it was strong enough that they felt they needed to make a recommendation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can come back to you and let you know, give you specifics on what the administration's doing to address all of these areas. That'll be fine.
Okay, so can we have that as an agenda item so that we're going to get that as a board?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure you can have that as an agenda item by next week. It might be some time involved, but yeah, at some point.
Week, but
Yeah, hopefully we can get some things together next few weeks, and by the time we come back after winter break, we'll have some things in place to address these.
I'm sorry.
On the recommendation that said that the Ds and Fs were allowed to go all day, does that include the grades D and Us in elementary? Because this is what I've been hearing. The
Okay,
Ds
so-
and the Fs and the Us
Yeah.
are just out. It's awful. It's awful.
So it is, and so what we're looking at there is I say D's and F's in secondary would be allowed to go back without going through what we call the SAP process. Because the SAP process in middle and high school is different than elementary. Basically, there's one SAP team, and there's a lot to get done to get them in that process, and they're for really high-risk kids. At the elementary level, it's a little different. Dr. Wickham, you want to come up and tell them why it's a little bit different? And we are going to service those kids at elementary as well, and we're starting to do that now.
370%
Yeah.
rise in yield.
That's horrendous.
Terrible.
So how are we working on those 370% in use?
Because the structure of elementary is a little bit different. Our SAP process begins in grade level meetings, and they have grade level meetings with other teachers across the grade level, normally once a week. And so what happens is right then and there, they can make the recommendation from that group to say, yeah, this child is really struggling, and we want to invite them to come back either in person or full day. And the second part of it is because also we know at any time parents are able to change their mind. Occasionally teachers, principals are calling to just share with parents that their child is falling behind, not performing where they were in the previous year. And just from the phone call, we've had some parents who've changed their minds to come back in person because their child's underperforming.
So they're coming a full day. I want you to explain this to you if you could, Dr. Wickham. And you remember that elementary schools, the teachers teach the same lesson in the morning to an AM group and then to the PM group. Well, if a kid stays all day, they could get the same lesson twice, but what else are they doing?
Right, that's a great question. So depending upon the child and their needs, they could get the same lesson twice, but then also with the current schedule only being 3 hours, they don't really have time for the intervention programs that they've used in the past. So in many classes, they're using some of their intervention programs that are individualized to the student's needs. And it may be in the morning, for example, that the child worked with the teacher, and maybe in the afternoon, they have the opportunity to work with a reading specialist.
Just a note, that's a great question, Ms. Bond, because one of the classrooms I visited had added 4 SAP students for that exact reason, and they had these installed to make sure that they could accommodate those 4 students.
I have a question about these. Tommy, you don't have to, you can stay there. You don't have to get it. You want to stretch. How do we clean those? Like, I mean, students are going to be sitting in front of them and breathing all over them, and so what's...
During the day, you use just a regular disinfectant, and then at night, we would wipe those
Who's going to do that?
that would be on our custodial side.
So the custodian's going to come in?
Or the teachers. I mean, I've seen, like, in Bellevue yesterday, the room we were in, by the time we brought the units in at 12 o'clock, the teacher had already sprayed down their entire classroom from head to toe. It's just, it works. It doesn't take a lot, huge time. It works as a team. It's kind of work.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, kind of following up with the Ds and S and the Us, it's really, really painful looking at that. But from the very beginning, did we not think that this is what was going to happen? I mean, we don't have children in school, or they're in school part of the day on computers. This is what's going to happen. This is what's happening all across the country. So it's not unique to Montgomery County. And yes, do we need to have to figure out ways that we, get it under control? But it's not going to happen until this is under control. So please don't take this the wrong way. Send me a bunch of emails and talk about me on Facebook, which I really don't care anyway. But this is the world that we're living in. And this is what's happening with our students across the country, not just in Montgomery County. And to see those numbers is painful. But this is the reality. And until we get all of our students back in school and get things back to a normal routine and get them caught up on everything they have lost for the last 9 months, this is what we're going to see. So, yeah, it looks horrible, but I expected this from day one. I expected this from before day one when they start talking about if we have to shut things down, it has to be done equitably, and this has to happen, that happens. I'm just like, there's no way it can happen, which means kids are going to be left behind. Kids are going to get behind, and this is what we see. So, yeah, it looks horrible, but I don't know why we're surprised by it.
No. I would like to see, if possible, the statistics on not just Ds and Fs, but all grades. Would it be possible to see that? I just would like to see how are all students? Is everything gone down, or is it? Is it the students who have struggled in the past who are now really struggling? I hear and like Penny said, this isn't a surprise. It's sad. There's a lot of sad because of COVID. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are happening. Lots of people losing jobs and all kinds of horrible things. And yeah, I am concerned about students too, but we are not the only place that this is happening to. It's happening everywhere in the country, and there's plenty of places that are going all virtual. Their students aren't even getting into a school. So I don't want that to be the only reason we bring everybody back. We start to have risks because of this, and as Penny said, I don't want it to sound callous. I really am concerned about those students too. But I don't want to put a whole bunch of other students at risk either. But I would like to see all the grades if possible.
Yeah, Mr. Capali can give you the grade distribution from the first quarter.
Is it possible to see it by at least strand?
He can break it down many ways. We've looked at it many ways the past several days, actually.
Okay.
I mean, we've drilled down to the individual students and sent it to the principals in support of them so they could go and try to get those students in school who are not. You asked, is it always the kids who's always not done well? Well, not necessarily. I've heard stories where kids who have been doing well and they've chosen not to come to school, some of the remote kids. And it's unfortunate because they probably need to be in school.
Well, I mean, I don't think any of us disagree that in the perfect world, we'd like them all back in school. I think we all want that. So it's not that we don't think that's necessary. We all believe that. That's why we teach public school.
And I do think that we need to keep in mind how horrible the academics of it all and what this virus is doing to the students is happening. But whether or not the students are having an issue academically, all of the students are having issues mentally, physically, socially, everything. So when you put the big picture together, academics being a portion of it, all of these kids are suffering, and we need to get them all back in as soon as possible.
Well, not all of the kids are suffering.
I
but
wouldn't
some
say
of
all.
our kids are doing very well, even though that might be a small portion. But yeah, and everybody, adults, the parents, the teachers, custodians, bus drivers, everybody is suffering mentally from what we're going through right now. And our children are our most vulnerable because they have the least control over what's happening with them in many cases. So it's this is tough on everybody, and we need to be paying attention to our children. The mental health piece of this across the country, there should have been a plan in place to start really helping our children from day one. Because, you could see this coming. All you had to do was look across the big pond and see what was coming our way.
Unfortunately, from the day one, nationally or internationally or locally, the adults were the ones to blame because nobody believed and took the precautions. And still, I think the adults are the ones that, unfortunately, not doing what they're supposed to do. And I think the kids are part of the group that pays the price. And unfortunately, we're not doing our job to serve them as best as we can. And I think our job being educate them, it's sad to see that they are failing. Yeah, it is expected, but I think we have to figure out how to do better moving forward under the conditions as best as we can.
Well, it's a proven fact, and we have data to prove that people need people. And that's part of the problem with the mental issues. It's because you take children that want to be with other children and want to be out. That's a lot of, talk to them, ask them, they'll tell you. It's, and even and a lot of parents, a lot of teachers. I spend my day asking people all day, and that's what I hear. And people are saying, kids are saying, I want to go back. Teachers are saying, I want to go back. Parents are saying, I can't be a teacher at home. I want my children back.
Number 21.
So, it's like I said, we're creatures that need people. We need uplifting, and that's what we're used to having. And you take that away, and it's going across mental issues. So
We did ask them, and they didn't all say that.
But you're looking at that graph differently than I see it, okay? And we'll just agree to disagree on that and move on.
But even looking at all and looking at the orange and the green the way it is, still, there's a fair amount of people up there in orange and red that are saying no. I mean, you're saying that everybody wants to go back. That's not true. You're saying you talked to all these people and they're all saying that. That's not true. Not everybody is saying that.
You might be right,
That's
but-
what we surveyed, and so I'm just looking at the statistics here of what people said. Not what I've heard, or what you've heard, or what anybody's heard. I'm looking at what the people who fill out the survey said.
Again, you look at that graph differently than I see it, and that's fine.
Now, the recommendation, we, have all the committees that moving forward, since we don't have to decide on anything, they're all going to come back on December 8th. So we probably can move forward, but before we move forward, I want to make sure enough board members wants that data that Ms. Cass asked to be done by the administration.
I would like to see it broken
You
down.
want to all see?
I do not need it.
I don't need it.
So I want to make sure at least we have 4 members wants to see that data, because it's going to be, I'm sure, certain amount of work for the administration.
Because this data that she is asking is going to show a deeper dive into what's going on in our community. And of course, I'm sure you all would do this by ethnicity also, so that we can see exactly where we are hurting the most. And again, looking at the recommendations that were no's, how we're addressing that, because it can be directly related to those numbers when you dive deeper.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had to have a board vote on getting data. I didn't know that was.
So when the board members ask administration information, we want to make sure that, we have enough board members. It's not just one board member asking information.
I thought we do that. I mean, how many times have we sent emails and said, can I have this information or that information? We do that all the time.
So how difficult is it to pull that information? How much time?
I saw everybody shaking their heads like, oh, yeah, I could do that.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So
I
like,
wasn't
why are we trying to withhold? I get the sense that people don't want to share information, and that is not a good thing.
No,
That's not transparency in my world.
No, it's not that we want to hide information. I was just
We
saying.
just have to determine whether it's
Do we need that
relevant.
information at the?
Just one more
You have to
job put on
determine
our
whether
stack.
it's relevant, what grades our students are getting is relevant information? How is that not, how could that be irrelevant?
All right.
So, Ms. Karan, I think before we move on, I would like, since we really only have 1 week before we meet again and vote on this, I'd like to maybe hear what the other board members are thinking about this, because I see 2 different things here that we're really talking about on that the survey sought information on. One is the schedule, and 2 is basically the level of students that we put back in the building. So to me, these can be handled separately. And I think Ms. Graham touched on one. Before the survey went out, I think the idea of splitting groups and things like that seemed appealing for a lot of different reasons based on feedback that we've gotten and having a chance to, just with more experience, I started to kind of come away from that, and I think the survey shows that. I mean, one of the reasons I think to do the separate versus the hybrid, one of the reasons to make that move was to ease life for our teachers, who I think were struggling with the hybrid model. But clearly, I think the survey is showing that, I'm not saying that there aren't teachers that aren't having a hard time with that or that wouldn't prefer that, but on the whole, I think teachers are, it sounds to me like if we made that change to make their life easier, we would just really make their life harder. And I think there's other problems with that, but it's clear enough that I don't want to belabor that point on the hybrid. I don't think that there's a chance that we're going to do that. I don't think there's any chance that we're not going to offer the remote moving forward. For me, on the schedule, the only thing that was appealing to me was the half day versus full day question. And going into this, we do all that transportation in the middle. We do have to acknowledge, I mean, there's things that we didn't know or that we assumed in July when we went through all of this. and we do know more now. So one of the reasons I voted for the half days back then was because of the concern just about aerosol transmission. And I think this was before we really had mask mitigation and other things. And the evidence that we have now is starting to show that it's that at least in schools with the mitigation policies that we have, it's pretty rare, and that's nationwide. That's not just. I mean, we're seeing it too, but we're also seeing it nationwide. Now, I don't think that we should then, toss all of our mitigation to the side or double the number of students in the building right away. But I am certainly open to ramping up the number of students we have in the building if we keep the mitigation that we have now and introduce other mitigation like these barriers where we cannot maintain 6-foot distance, for example. But it'll be important for me to know to what degree we're doing that. I mean, we're having a class full of, packed students with these barriers. That's probably not the same as, mitigating a few spots here and there. So I'm open to that. I'm looking at the survey data on the half day versus full day. I think the advantage to going to the only reason I would want to go to a full day is if we could, two things. We eliminate the transportation in the middle, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it allows us to basically go back to a normal schedule, a normal bell schedule or something close to it. I think we would, if we did that, and I'm not saying that we will, but if we did that, I do think that we would have to consider, for the days that the kids are remote, I think that's a lot of time to be on the Google Classroom. So we would have to think about that. But I will also say that, looking over the data in the last few days gives me pause on that. I wish we could have more of a conversation with our community, but it seems clear to me that the community doesn't want as much change. And so I kind of went into this thinking one of two things on the schedule, that either leave it the same or possibly go to the full day. And while I think for me both of those options are still on the table, I'm probably leaning towards keeping things the same. So it'd be interesting to see what y'all's thoughts are on that.
It's interesting that you brought all those things up because I've been, reading a lot, talking a lot to our health department and our task force, and talking to our administrative staff recently, because, we can say that we're concerned and that we should have known about how many students are failing, but we can't just use it as an excuse that it's happening across the country. We've got to do something about it. Certainly, the recommendation to bring in the students with the D's and F's and what we're already doing with the SAP process is a small step, but we have to realize that it's more than just the academics. The survey really does indicate that 80% of our parents whose students are in person would send them to school if it were open full-time. And while they are concerned about the COVID numbers, just like all of us are, if you understand the process and how that is handled and how fortunate we are in this county to have such great support for our health department by our task force, that we're very fortunate that we've not had huge amounts of outbreaks or surges that cross between the schools and the community, or the schools and the community and our students. I'm hearing from all the teachers that I've visited classrooms for, they want their students back full time. They see the struggles that the students are having by trying to do the half and half. And for me, as a math and computer science major, certainly knowing that they get very little math per day is a concern for me going forward. I I think we're doing more mitigation than most school divisions, certainly around us, but possibly than the whole entire state. We've seen the benefits of that. We are not seeing cases transmitted in our schools. And I credit first the students. If you visit our schools, I'm telling you what, they are making the adults look bad. They are always wearing their mask. They are wearing them properly, which some adults aren't doing. And the sweet little things are even during, everybody's freaked out about the whole eating and lunchtime. What I saw them doing was they would take their mask off, they would take a bite, they put their mask back on and chew. And then they take their mask off, they take a drink, they take a bite and put it back on and chew. They were just a testament to what all of us should be doing. I feel like I know that MCPS students' education is our responsibility, and we're doing a disservice by not meeting their academic, social, emotional, and even services needs because we only have them half-time. We just approve a plan that focuses on all these areas. I believe it is our responsibility to do what's best for our students. Therefore, I propose that we add an agenda item to the next meeting to move MCPS to Phase 3, Level 3, effective January 4th for elementary and January 26th for middle and high school students, with Wednesdays remaining as a student work from home day. I realize this would require board consensus to put on the next agenda. So
How
So
can
that
we
wasn't-
make a decision
sorry, that-
like that when we don't even know where? I mean, right now the numbers are still going up. How can we even make a decision like that right now?
because the numbers aren't in our schools.
Yeah,
That's
they
not
are
true.
in
That's
our
not true.
schools. That
That's
is not
actually
true.
not
You know,
true.
Marty, you just said so many things that were not true.
So I think, so you piggybacked on what I said, and I don't know if maybe there was a misunderstanding. Where I'm trying to get us to talk about, the reason that we had the survey that covered several different things, and what you're talking about, Ms. Graham, is, the phase, the level, how much, the amount that we go back, 50%, 25%, 75%, that's what you're talking about. But the survey also covered things that included, do we want to change the schedule? Do we want to go from half days to full days?
Yes.
Do we want to get rid of hybrid and things like that? I'm trying to understand where the board sits on that first one, the schedules. Do we want to make changes to the schedules? Do we want to go to a full day? That type of thing.
Well, that's a discussion for the 8th. We were just
Is this not
presented
on
that
the?
data.
When you say full day, could you please clarify? I just don't understand. Do you mean full day, 4 days a week?
No, when I say, I don't think the number of days isn't relevant when I say full day. Right now, we're doing half days, right?
No, it is relevant, because when there are people who think full days means going back full time.
No, when I say full day,
Clarify what
in
you're
this
talking
context, let me clarify. What I mean is, I was talking about the idea of, we voted on in July to go like if you're going to go 50%, you're going to do 4 half days. So everybody goes in for half a day every day, which generates a lot of time for transportation in the middle of the day. So what I was saying is, I am open to, and I was probably more open before the survey results, to the idea of changing for second semester to, if we do 50%, you go to school for a full day Monday and a full day Thursday, for example, and then you're remote for a full day.
Okay, so you're still talking
Tuesday.
50%. So that was confusing, because it sounded like what you were saying is that you believe we should go back 100.
No,
we
I
should go back
apologize.
what Marty is suggesting.
No,
That's what it sounded like you were saying.
I apologize. That's not what I meant. But, what we were, that question was on the survey, and I'm giving the board my thoughts on this. We've gotten a lot of emails from parents. Some of these things I think are non-controversial, but I don't want to presume, and I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about the schedule.
I have a question real quick that maybe Mark's not the answer you're looking for. But how are we handling career and technical education? Because I know in my field, I'm getting a lot of people that can't go to, because they can't do any kind of hair, they can't learn anything like that. So I'm assuming that no other career in technical education is being able to do the same thing. And those are the things that also concerns me. It's not about the D's and the F's only. I mean, I'm hearing all these career and technical education classes. These kids are getting ready to graduate. You know, how are we handling that? What are we doing?
Yes,
we can't
ma'am.
come back. They can't catch up next year. There is no fix. There is no, oh, when we get back on track, they're out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So what our teachers have done, we've been discussing from the spring, is making sure that we're emphasizing hands-on activities while the students are in class. Some classes aren't able to be done via remote. So students are only able to do it as hybrid, or it's not available during the virtual school program. But teachers all year have been focusing on theory and vocabulary when students are at home and getting them as hands-on as much as they can in the classroom. But you're correct, things like cosmetology, they can't be cutting each other's hair. So we've spent significant sums on mannequins, more I think probably than Montgomery County has ever spent on mannequins before, and sending mannequins home. But there are some things that we're simply limited in. We cannot weld at home, you know.
And you can't draw blood at home.
Exactly
You can't,
right.
I mean, every career tech class that I know of is a hands-on basis. And,
Yes.
you know, that's part of that concern for me that, like I said, we're graduating students that aren't prepared. And that's part of what we accepted as our motto for Montgomery County Schools, is to prepare our students.
Yeah. I think our teachers are doing a great job trying to be innovative and
Oh,
trying to do the best
absolutely.
they can.
Absolutely.
But
I
you are
agree.
correct.
But,
Yeah, absolutely.
right, when you're at home, it's hard to do those things. Thank you. I was just curious.
So there were a couple of things that Ms. Graham said that I would like to address. So let me be real clear. I was not making any kind of excuse for D's, F's, and U's. I'm just saying that's the reality that we live in. So it was not a surprise. And because we see those numbers doesn't mean that we make a knee-jerk reaction to that. We need to do what we can to slow it down, to stop it, but we also are living in the middle of a pandemic. That's a reality. You also said that 80% of our folks said that they would be willing to send their kids back to school, and that's not true. You know, as Ms. Cass was saying, that information on those graphs is misleading because it says only, you know, depending on this level of the virus, would they send their kids back to school. So maybe that little portion should have been striped, you know, orange and green. I don't know, but it is somewhat misleading. So again, please do not take my words and thoughts and turn them into something that they are not. Let them stand for what I said.
I think we also need to not put words in our teachers' mouths either, because all of the teachers want full-time. That was a quote. I wrote it down. Did we not do a survey for staff? And I'll tell you, all I kept reading is teachers saying, leave things the way they are. Nobody is saying go fully remote. They're saying leave things the way they are, leave things the way. I read that so many times that it's quite clear that not all teachers want full-time. To say that where people are sitting and watching this, that's fake news, Marty. Sorry.
Ms. Cass, I said that all the teachers I had spoken with.
How many
at
are
this-
those? How many
May I
schools
finish?
have you been to, Marty?
Wow.
I'm sorry. How many schools have you been to, Marty?
I've been to several.
How many?
Why does it matter?
Because I'd like to know. Because when you tell me that all the teachers you talk to, if you went to one school and it was an elementary school, how many teachers, and it was a small elementary school, how many teachers are in one of our small elementary schools? Did you go to two of them? Did you go to a high school? Did you go to two high schools? It makes a very big difference to say all of the teachers you talk to. I'd like to know. So when I say things like that, I get a bunch of kickback from everyone. So, and also, all of them were wearing masks. That survey up there did not say. Students were not all wearing masks. Teachers said, no, not everybody's wearing masks. Maybe when you came in and they knew the school board member was there, they all put their masks on. But somewhere there's somebody not wearing their mask. So to say all of them were wearing their masks is incorrect.
That was not incorrect. That's what I observed.
But you when you say it, and you say it to the public thinks that's what is happening. This is no different than what's happening all across our country. You can't tell the public something and tell them something that's not true unless you have facts to back it up.
There was nothing I said that was untrue.
Okay? Then all the teachers. So I would like every teacher out there right now to please message me that you want your students to go back full time.
Ms. Cass, Ms. Graham only said the ones that she has seen. It's not the old Montgomery County teachers she's talking about. She's talking about all the teachers she has seen, said.
So maybe 5?
Well, it doesn't matter.
But
She
it's
just
misleading.
said-
It's misleading to other people. That's what I'm trying to say. All I'm saying is that don't make an exaggerated statement if you don't have the facts. To say all the teachers you talk to.
Well,
Okay,
we
then
are
how
always-
many?
We are always sharing our personal visits and opinions and emails. And so
okay.
when you share your personal opinion about teachers also, because you can't say you have talked to all the teachers either.
But I don't say
I know,
all
but
the
she didn't say
teachers.
either. That's what I'm trying to say. She only said the ones that she has talked to. So, the generalization, we all know she didn't talk to 2,000 staff and employees.
So I think that
Yeah, I was
what
going to come.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Point.
So when it comes to things like that, I mean, it's probably a good time as any to point out that I do think it's important. I take into account when I talk to people, especially people, teachers I know, people I trust, parents that are thoughtful. I mean, not to say that I don't listen to somebody that I wouldn't know, I do, but we all have our sources. But then, when we're presented with data from the survey, I think that's the widest net possible. And if those two things align, you can go forward with a pretty good assurance that that this is what the community wants, right? So I understand what both of you are saying. I think Ms. Graham, to your point on the 80%, and I've lost the slide that had that graphic on it. What page was that?
21.
I think.
Thanks. Yeah. So you pointed out on that the parents of the in-person students, which I think to some degree maybe is a little bit cherry picking your data. But I'm going to give you a personal example. My kids have been remote since summer, and one of my daughters felt comfortable actually wanting to go in recently. I know that seems counterintuitive with cases rising, but we allowed her to go in. It's been a good experience. I don't know, where do I sit in this, right? And I've shared some of, on my Facebook page, I shared an article from the Washington Post a few weeks ago that actually, talking to your point about a lower risk of transmission. And there were other parents that reached out to me and basically said, oh, maybe I'll start sending my kids too. There is something, and I think Dr. Meyer said something about this in a communication recently. There is something to building trust and building confidence. And I do think that we should not look at our school community right now as a in-person community and a remote community. I think there's still a chance that there's going to be remote kids that will start coming in person in the future. So I do think we when we look at that data, I think that we should,
I think it's really clear that, remote option is to keep. That we're going to provide remote no matter what we do.
Sure.
at least for a long while.
No argument there, but my point
And-
is that the people who are remote may want to.
They want to change.
May want
yeah.
to change.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So,
And the other point I would like, and I'm curious about this, when I look at the, of course, we have a group of kids already doing remote. Let's say, what is it, 30%, 3,000? Roughly. Now we are, letting the SAP kids coming. I don't know how many. And now if we let, D and F students to come in, let's say, and then, whoever is left that we are not giving the opportunity to go full day, is it fair to that group? Maybe because they got C, but they need to benefit from being in building, all right, for other things, mental health, be friends. That part, how many kids we are, talking about, we're not letting the all-day opportunity. I'm just curious, do we have a number for that? You see what I'm saying? Because if
Yeah,
we let more and more kids all day, well, we suspect kids going all day, although ESL kids going all day, whether it's 1,000 kids or 100
staff kids, things like that.
then
yeah.
this, DNF, obviously, there's quite a percentage, that getting those grades. We're letting those kids, and then we are letting SAP kids. And then whatever is left behind that, we are still saying you can only come, half day, 4 days a week. Is it fair to those kids? They might be making A's and B's, or maybe borderline C and D, but we're not letting them to go full day. So that also bothers me.
Well, maybe instead of the DNFs coming in full day, why are we having them come in for a full day? Why don't we just say they can't be remote and they need to come in for the half day?
Because then there's no remediation time.
So the Ds and EFs, are they remote? Do we know if they're remote students or if they're in-class students?
They're both. Some that are getting, many that are getting Ds and Fs are actually coming for a half a day. And so what they're doing is but they're missing, they're remote the other day in that same class. So they're missing the in-person instruction every other day for a class because they are remote. And so what this would allow was them to stay all day and always be in person in that class. So it could be those in already half a day who would need to go a full day, or it could be a situation where there's a remote student who we would allow to come all day. Now, too, something you got to remember is it's not going to be everyone. I mean, some students are remote for a reason. And, we can only suggest and to parents that they're not doing well at home. We strongly suggest to the parent that you send your student to school. Whether the student is sent to school by the parent or not is still going to be up to the parent. But we can definitely strongly encourage that if those students are not being successful.
Mr. Polly, would you be able to add into your statistics whether they're remote or in-person students?
That was sent to you all today, actually.
Yeah.
No, by grades.
By what now?
So the D and F students, I'd like to know if they are in person or if they are remote.
Yeah, I sent an email to you guys today about that. It actually showed that.
Just a note, our in-person kids are also remote. So there's a difference between in-person / remote and fully remote.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm asking.
But yeah, I sent an email to you guys today showing you that information. It broke it down.
It broke down the grades too, because I found that chart really hard to follow. So.
Basically, the first column was kids who were remote that got a D or an F, kids who were hybrid who got a D or an F in the second column.
But it wasn't by grade level, and I think that's what she's requesting.
What's that?
It wasn't by grade level, and I think that's what she's requesting.
I'm just trying to, I didn't I'll go look at what you sent, Dr.
Okay,
Meyer.
yeah,
But
that's
I
fine.
didn't see what I was looking for there.
Okay,
but-
and like I said, call Mr. Paul. He'll be able to walk you through it. He's got data that is way beyond what was sent to you. I mean, it's got very detailed data with every student, teacher in the school division, and how students are doing. And so if you feel free to give him a call, and he can give you all the details you want. Some of this data that we already have because we've been working on it.
Thank you.
So, getting back to kind of what Mark was talking about, one of the concerns for me is if we bring more students back into the classroom and that 6 feet goes to 2 feet, and our barriers at that point, how effective are they going to be? Because there won't be enough distance between them.
Plus the hallways.
Right. But I'm also, like Mark, very surprised and encouraged that across the country, the spread within schools is not happening like, we were all so afraid that was going to happen. Not to say that it can't happen,
Right.
but I'm very encouraged that it's not. And it literally stops me in my tracks every time I see something and I read it or I hear it. It's like, okay, this is good. So again, we have to do something. But the space issue and the air quality issue, those are the things that are concerning me, especially in some of our smaller schools in the smaller classrooms. When we get so many kids back into the classroom, how are we going to be able to maintain that?
Well, that's a good question, Ms. Franklin. I actually, before
Well, I was going to ask, Mr. Krantz
was-
to be able to give us that information.
Well, the air filtration system is our number one priority from a facility standpoint. So the things that we're doing is, one, in our school do system, we've got it to do the preventive maintenance on our units, so to make sure that the filters are being changed when they should. Also, twice a week going in and checking the humidity levels, because that's a really solid indicator that system working as it should and circulating air out. The rooms that we have, and we don't, in all of our buildings, I can't tell you that every room circulates within the same, because they do not. And that's why we went with an air filtration system. We've installed a little over 300 of those units. I think we have about 50 left in the warehouse. And the teachers that I've talked to, now I haven't talked to everyone, but the ones that I've talked to that have the units are very appreciative of it and think that it's done a good job. An example, Kipps Elementary on Monday, we had a leak. And there was a teacher who had some concerns. And in talking to her, we addressed her challenges and what we were doing. But she had the unit in the classroom. I asked her, well, how is that doing for you? And she said she was allergic to mold. And she said, that's the best thing that you could have ever done, because this allows me to teach in the side. So it's checking the buildings twice, in a week, going to those same rooms, going at the same times, and taking our humidity readings and making sure we're doing what we need to do there, doing the preventive maintenance that we need to do every time it's due. And then also, when work orders are coming in looking for patterns, if we're starting to see problems with the units. Now, knock on wood, our systems are working well, but it's something that we have to do every day, because if we don't, it can get away from us. But that is our number one priority on the mechanical systems.
Okay, so we get to our barriers, and, they look like they don't take up a lot of room, but they do take up space. That where you're moving around the room, I can't just walk here because now there's a barrier I have to, because it's this high. And when you get so many of those into a room, the functioning that can happen with more people, more students in the room.
And that's why I like these particular setups, because generally they stop at the edge of the desk. I'm not going off of that edge that I'm going to hit it, ding it. Now, you are right. The more we put them into the rooms, we could see some engagement. Yes, and I'll just use yesterday at Bellevue. When we put those units up, we did it at 12 o'clock, so we could see the students come, we didn't disrupt the students, and then number two, see what the students did when they came in. In each school, we learn, and every room is different, every school is different. And so, for example, there was one desk, the teacher indicated they didn't want the divider up. Where the desk was located, you were able to maintain 6-foot distance. That was a question asked to me. And the reason was because of this child's conditions. From a learning experience, they thought the divider would be a barrier to that child's learning. Well, where they had the desk placed, and as long as we maintained that desk in relationship to the other, we were fine. The students and again, I didn't see the whole class, I saw a portion of the class, were very positive about the barriers. Now, it'd be interesting to ask them a week from now, after they've used them, for a full week, what their experience would be. And that's our intention. Bellevue was gracious enough to let us, them and Charlottesville Middle as our test schools. And we intend to keep speaking with them. But we learn in every class we go to, and the teachers and the engagement we have. It all hasn't been positive. And like I said, we listen, we try to engage. Those, I think, again, the more I get past the edge of the desk, I start worrying about ingress and egress for fire code regulations, just natural flow. I got to worry about, the liability associated with children get hurt, or staff, anybody, that we have obstructions there. So we're taking it room by room. I wish I could give you a definite answer, but, we're going to do our best to make sure we get it right. But it has been, it's not it's not a one-size-fits-all, as I've learned inside our classrooms.
Okay, thank you. So we have parents and students who agree that they want to come back, and our numbers increase and increase, and we still have to maintain some kind of distance. Where are we going to have space to be able to put students and teachers?
Jason, you don't talk any about the barrier versus social distancing and what you've learned from the health department?
Good evening. In our discussions with the health department about the use of the barriers and how that works in terms of mitigation, of course, we never get away from risk, right? We always have risk. The masks, the social distancing, all of that is a mitigating factor. These are another layer of mitigation, but certainly as we begin to cut into the 6 foot of distancing, we do increase our risk to some degree, and that plays a role in contact tracing. But when you look, as you said earlier, across the pond, Europe has been operating on 3 foot separation pretty much the entire time. I think your question was having to do with large spaces, like we already have like auditoriums in play as classrooms, and band rooms maybe being used for chorus, and then the band being over in the cafeteria. Was that more?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, still with the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you only have so many feet, and now we have 20 students in a classroom, which means that distance between us is not going to be 6 feet, maybe not 3 feet. When we get to the place where even 3 feet, we can't manage it, then where are we going to put the students, and where are we going to find teachers to be able to go with those students? How are we going to manage that?
Right, and so that's what the barriers are for. Where we can't maintain the distance is the barriers are placed between. We're doing it right now. We've been doing it all year in elementary classrooms during their reading groups. They have face shields, and they sit at the reading table with the teacher with a mask and a face shield, and actually do their reading every day.
Okay.
And so this would be basically the same as that. You would have a mask and this shield that is between you and the other person.
No, that's still not my question. So we've got 20 kids, and we won't say 20. Okay, so we've got 15 students, which, it's about where we want to be in some places. And now all of a sudden, 10 more students want to come back. and I know we don't have classes that big, like, where are we going to put those other students?
Students would be in the classroom with these barriers. That's the purpose of the barriers. Where we can't maintain 6 feet of social distancing, we're going to use these barriers.
Okay, so we're going to use the barriers even if we're a foot apart the whole day, all students and the teacher. Now we can only be, 1 or 2 feet apart. So the barriers and the shields and the masks, now that's going to be what we do.
If yes, ma'am, if that's what's needed. It's a furniture issue in a lot of different schools. I know a couple of our middle schools, Blacksburg Middle, I don't know if Christiansburg Middle, they mostly have tables in their classrooms. And so basically there would be a table divider. They sit at the same table, but there's a divider between the person beside them and them sitting right here. So yeah, you're a foot apart from each other, but you've got a barrier between you with these. And so that would be how we would operate when needed.
Which
Now-
is, Mr. Garrison said, means our risk factors go up.
Not necessarily. I would not say your risk factor goes up when.
But that's what he just said.
Yeah, well, your risk factor goes up the closer you get without a barrier, but does the barrier mitigate that risk that you had from 6 feet? I just recently heard there was a study done, I think it's University of Minnesota, that actually did this, where they tested social distancing versus these desk shields. And actually, the study showed that the desk shields actually work better than social distancing. And I wish I heard it on NPR, and so I would love to find that study. But I remember hearing that specifically, that the shields actually work better than social distancing because it actually is a true barrier between you and another person. And so,
Of course, in the same space, you have more kids and, breathing in and out. We're assuming, with the masks always worn.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, more kids in the room, the worse the air quality, all right? I mean, it's just, the assumption that, but everybody's wearing masks at all times. But I think I can see Mr. Garrison's point too. More kids in the same space, the risk factor probably increases. I don't know what percent, but obviously, the dividers are our mitigation strategy. But I think I see what Ms. Franklin's point too. I think right now, like 50% using the space, all right, in our schools. And, if we make that to 75%, same space, shields, and then, if we go to 100%, the same space, same shields.
yeah.
So everybody's getting, closer
Now, you
and
got to
closer.
remember, what would happen is you would go from, we split up basically about 70%, right?
Mhm.
And so you would go from 35 to 70%. So,
Yeah.
And what we found was this, actually, and Tommy, looking at some of these classrooms, if we put both morning and afternoon groups in classrooms, we have a lot of classrooms that we could still maintain 6 feet. There are a lot that we wouldn't even need to use shields. That if you combine the morning, because we've had so many kids go remote in some places, and where if you just combined them, because we have, you think places like Shawsville or Eastmont High School, their population is very low compared to teacher ratio. At Eastmont, you almost could put an entire class that include the kids remote in there, and you could still separate them 6 feet because the class size is so low there. But yet where we have larger class sizes like Blacksburg, we evaluate it and look through that. In fact, something else that's in that link that I sent you today, it had a link in it, and it shows every section in every section in every classroom in all secondary schools. You can see basically every section. The first column says how many kids are in that class, and then like for instance, 8 total kids in class, 9. That means one's remote, the other 8 in there. That 8 basically is morning, afternoon. A class of 8 Even though you got 4 and 4 now, you could put 8 in a classroom and still social distance. I want you to go and look at that and see how low class sizes are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very, very low. So that, I guess that's.
I'm
that's what
confused
saying.
where you're headed with this.
Where am I headed?
Yeah, because I'm not quite sure where, like, okay, so we're going to find that, yeah, we know that there's not a lot of students, because a lot of people are keeping their kids home because they're afraid of COVID. So when you say we're going to put them all back full-time again, there's not going to, why do we think there's still going to be a whole bunch of kids remote?
Because
I'm
that's still going to be an
confused.
option.
Well, the remote
That'll
is,
still be an option.
It's going to be an option, but we were acting as though we're still going to have all this space. I mean, I remember back in whenever, June, and I talked about the concept of utilizing space to, and it was like, we don't have this. I don't know. I'm just confused. Dr. Meyer, I appreciate your input, but I feel like I don't know.
I think discussion started how many people we can fit and still maintain the certain mitigation strategies and the shields and the masks and all that in the spaces. And it changes from, of course, school to school, classroom to classroom.
Exactly.
And again, I think even if we invite,
So we're basically talking, okay, here's where I'm headed. We're talking about going back full-time now. That's where this conversation is going. I just looked at a survey that didn't say that. And I looked at surveys from teachers that said, no, absolutely not. But we're sitting here having a conversation and going through all these, getting in the weeds about how we are going to fit all these students back in the classroom when we go full-time. Why are we having this conversation?
So-
Is that the decision that's been made? Because I did not hear that decision made.
So my question was not about putting kids back in full-time. It was about how we function with the mitigations
I heard what
and
you're-
how that's going to work.
But now we went from there though to how we can put all these people here and there and get everybody in we're jumping on this whole idea of, hey, we're going to get them all in the classroom. I heard what you said, Penny, and I agree. Like, how is that going to work? How do you social distance when you can't basically you're saying we can't social distance. What I'm hearing is that, no,
Yes.
we're not going to have 6 feet social distance. We'll be lucky if we even have 3 feet social distance. That's what I'm hearing. But nobody wants to say that.
and let me
But
say-
nobody's answering that question. That's all Penny asked.
Okay, and I was answering Penny's question, all right, about how it could work, where it could work, how it would look, if social distancing could not be maintained. And then I was answering the question about the condition of classrooms and the numbers in classrooms right now, and that's all I was answering.
I think, I'm sorry, go ahead, Danny. You were.
Thanks, Mark, I appreciate it. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to step away from the survey for just a minute and want to bring forth some factual information. And this is information that I have received. Mr. Garrettson, you are in the Health Task Force, so if there is something that I'm saying that is not correct, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong or I've gotten some miscommunication. So I just want to make sure, thus far, we have had 0 cases of student to teacher and staff or teacher and staff to student transmission. Is that correct? Okay, so we've been in school now for almost 10, going on 11 weeks. We have not had a transmission from a student to a staff member or from a staff member to a student in any of our cases that we have made transparent.
Not a confirmed one would be the correct language, right? Yeah.
And is this, he's saying this isn't confirmed. Is this confirmed?
No, you can never confirm, and you don't know what you don't know, right? There could have been a transmission that just wasn't traced, and you don't know. I'm just saying the language needs to be correct.
Okay. So we've quarantined any possible exposures, but most of the time that we're seeing that the quarantines don't even go on to develop an infection. We have had positive cases in the building. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a transmission, even though there is a positive case in a school building. Okay, thank you. If the safety protocols are followed and we mitigate and do what we're supposed to, it would be very minimal risk of there being a transmission, even if there's a possible positive case. And we aren't seeing the secondary transmission in schools. And I want to add to that, we also have the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Fauci, who has been in the paper and on the headlines several times this week and in the following weeks saying, and I quote, "Close the bars, keep the schools open." Meaning that what he is saying is that most of this transmission is coming from adult to adult and not necessarily from student or child to adult. So, and I also have seen that the Dr. Redfield of the CDC is also recommending to keep schools open. These are nation's leading experts. I can't imagine that they would be putting out this kind of information if they didn't think it was safe for these kids to go to school. And on top of that, we still offer the option to parents and students, if the kids want to come back full-time every day, they still have the option to go remote if anyone should feel uncomfortable, unsafe, whatever reason. That option is still always going to be present as far as I know. Because if we didn't have that option, I wouldn't be so passionate about getting these kids back in school. As long as we keep that option there, and we have these experts that are saying to keep these schools open, Europe is closing down everything else, and they're keeping the schools open, and they're getting it done, and the transmission is not spreading. These are facts. That's all I had to say.
So I'd like to respond to that. I don't disagree with you in general, and I think Ms. Franklin said the same thing. In essence, there's a lot of things that we've seen that are positive, right, over the last 6 to 8 months. Things have been better than expected in some cases. We aren't seeing as much transmission and so on. But I think, I mean, I'm glad that you quoted Dr. Fauci. I think Dr. Fauci is saying, and I think what some countries have done, you know, the idea is that we're talking about risk here. So if you have the disease circulating within your community, then it's harder to open the schools. You need to bring those levels down before you can open the schools. And the way to bring those levels down is you close the bars first, the numbers come down, and then you can leave your schools open.
He didn't quote that he said to do that first.
I think we don't need to argue about it here. I mean,
Well, he also said, but as I said in the past, the default position should be to try as best as possible within reason to keep the children in school or to get them back to school. He didn't say to have them full-time in school sitting on top of each other in a classroom. That's not what he said. There's a lot of schools that aren't even open. And what he's saying is, yeah, we need to start getting children back into the schools. He never said, and I don't know what his thought process is on it because he has never made a comment about full-time in schools.
But we also know that the schools aren't what's driving this pandemic. It's not the schools.
You said that. You said does that mean it was a transmission? It doesn't, well, you don't know. We are not sure how it's transmitted.
Well,
it doesn't mean it was, but it doesn't mean it wasn't.
well, just because the schools aren't driving aren't driving cases does not mean that it's necessarily safe to open up to certain levels. So if you want to bring up experts, I mean, we have the metrics that Jason sends out every week.
Well, and this is where I'm getting my metrics from as well.
But we have those metrics, and many of our metrics have been in the red when this board has refused to roll anything back. So here's where I am coming from, and I'm trying to have a conversation about the two things
transmissions, though, Mark. Even when the number was high, We still didn't have.
Yes.
We still didn't have transmissions within the school.
When the numbers
from-
were, well, okay, early on, we shut down for 2 weeks when the numbers were spiking. And
We did roll back.
we rolled back then. But since then, we have not. And
Suggesting that we do this every time the numbers spike and go down and change what we do?
Stay the same.
well, the whole point of having
Stay
the
the same
system,
because
the
we
whole
wanna
point
get
of having,
back in school.
Well, that's what you want. You said we. Who's we?
So
Who is
you don't want the kids to be back in school, Sue?
I would
That-
love
that's
for
a-
them
that's
to
a
be back
red
in school
herring.
every
That's a-
day, but
that's
I
a
want
s-
them to be safe.
Right.
that's a red herring.
Have the option.
Let's get back to, we don't have to argue with each other. We have 7 board members, can have 7 different opinions. And at the end, when time comes, we vote and the administration will move forward with our decision. We don't have to make each other agree on certain things. If we don't, we don't have to. We don't have to convince each other. We have to convince the majority to get the vote moving forward, whatever that vote would be. And I think the decisions are going to happen next week, how we move forward. So we don't have to change each other's thinking. And I think that's not a productive way of moving forward.
But Chair Karan, my point is, what I'd like to do, though, if possible, is to see where people sit. And we may not have 4 people that agree on the exact same thing. And so it's more of a question about where we compromise. What I'd like to avoid is what I think happened in the summer when we had that meeting till 1 a.m. and then it was kind of hard to tell who wanted what and who was willing, and I think, so I don't want to revisit that. And so my point is that I'm talking about, the section of the meeting that we're on right now is the survey results. And that survey is talking about several things. One to do with scheduling and how teachers provide the teaching. And then the other one that I do think that we've kind of been a little bit derailed on is what level we want to come back to. And there's been a lot of talk about we need to bring everybody, and there's no argument that everybody wants to bring everybody back. That's not the question is how do we do it? And I've tried to this board and I'm trying to say, I am willing to listen to science. I'm willing to look at new evidence and say, I have always erred to the side of caution. I'm willing to go a little bit more. I'm not willing right now in the middle of cases spiking and people traveling for the holidays to fling open the doors and double the number of kids, in our rooms necessarily. But I don't think we have to do it that way either. We can do it in a way that engenders some confidence in us from the public. And that's all I'm asking is, I asked you guys, what you thought about the schedule, and I haven't heard much back about that. Maybe we can talk offline this week, but I do think we need to find some common ground on this one.
When you say the schedule, you mean the hybrid versus, is that what you're saying?
Well, there's several things. There's a hybrid versus separated, which I think it's non-controversial.
Hybrid looks like everybody wants hybrid.
Well,
Everybody wants the remote.
but I don't know for sure, right? But
Wants Wednesdays. I mean, that was the very clear ones out of the survey.
out of the survey, but
Yeah.
Are we following everything on the survey? Because if that's the case, then we're sticking with half days, right? We're not doing full days. So half days meaning, the 2.5 hours in
Yeah.
between, right? So.
I mean, definitely, according to the survey.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, it would have been nice to hear what board members' input on those things were.
Okay, so I don't want to cut you off, Mark,
No, that's fine.
but tonight this was for information, and we've had a lot of discussion. But next week is when
Okay.
we're really going to be,
So,
getting to the rubber meets the road as to what's going to be happening in that discussion that you're looking for tonight. Probably we will have better idea of what we're thinking about after tonight and looking at the surveys, watching the numbers, to make that decision next week.
I hear you. I was hoping there would be some direction because it'd be nice. We only have 1 week for the public to give us any further, input on this. But I agree with you. I agree with you.
I
Thank
think
you.
that's what,
Just a question, I can't remember, I'm getting old. With our public address, how many people are we allowing for public address?
I don't think
can't-
we're limiting any.
We're not limiting, we can have as many that come and show up?
Are you
No, there's a
referring
limit.
to the time limit, or are you referring to the capacity of this room?
The capacity, how many we can have in here?
We have staff members who are ready when this room reaches capacity to help. You've seen it happen. We used to set up the rooms every meeting, and what we found was that wasn't a good way for our staff to spend their time. But we have staff members who are on standby, so when they see that the room is filling, they know that they are the ones who go. They turn on the TVs in there. They open up the other room. So we have some procedures in place that you just haven't been seeing because we haven't had that need.
So people can come? Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah, and the online submission remains open as well. So on our public address site, people can sign up to come in person, but they can also submit comments through a form, and we add that form to your public address. You've seen that before as well, where there will be a list of things people have submitted.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
with that, we can't have 200 people in the room or even in the lobby out there.
Yeah, that
There
was my
has,
question.
it would have
Yeah.
to be,
We divide up, I think.
what's the word? It would have to be maintained so that distancing and mask and everything were being worn and 6 feet was being followed and people sitting out there couldn't be on top of each other.
Yes,
So-
ma'am. We've had those procedures in place.
Right.
We used to set it up before every meeting, but Mr. McKee leads that effort. Ms. Miano also helps with that, and so does Mr. Evans. And so they're the ones, and then they also have a procedure for stopping people at the door when we are now full here and helping them maintain 6 feet and masking outside of the door and maintaining a crowd control in and out. They have a number system in place. We haven't had to use it.
Okay.
But we could
Does
use
that
the
make you feel better?
downstairs as well, right? If
I'm
we
sorry,
need it,
tell me
we could
again?
use the downstairs as well?
The downstairs, we wouldn't keep people downstairs. That would be where we would stop them.
Okay.
So our viewing would be out here in the hallway, 6 feet apart with chairs. And then in the room over to the side, when it's available, 6 feet apart with chairs. Assuming that it's for public address, we would ask people to rotate. We would
Okay.
ask people that after they speak, that they would leave the building so that other people who are signed up to speak may come in. And our hope, we haven't had to test it, our hope is that it would create a nice flow for people to come in and leave, but always maintaining physical distancing and requiring masks of people when they're in the building, which is the procedure in this building already.
Okay, so they would not be able to stay, they would have to leave after they speak.
If we reach to that point, if we
Right.
filled this room, if we filled out in the hallway and we filled the side room, which I think we'd be able to see by signups, then we would do some communication with people coming in saying, we have X number of people already signed up, right? We don't have room for that many people. We're going to need people to rotate.
Okay, so if we have people who have signed up and they want to speak, but we also may have folks who show up because they just want to hear the discussion or show support, how does that work?
We refer them to the YouTube page to watch the meeting.
I'm sorry.
We refer them to the YouTube page to watch the meeting. I know that's not the best scenario, but at the point that we reach capacity, we've just reached capacity.
Okay, I just want to make sure if folks are going to come, that they understand how it's going to work.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
this isn't like, this is like, they should only be here if they are here to speak, not to just fill the room.
We technically can't prevent anyone. We can't say that this is why you're here. But what we can do is if we have a large number of people who have signed up for public address is have those stations set up and ask people, we want to be able to hear from everyone, but we also have to maintain safety procedures in the room. This is how we've got it all set up, and this is what we're asking you to do. But at the end of the day, we can only ask them. If this is a public meeting of the board, you do have an open room.
Okay, so what's the capacity for this room?
The capacity is
With the distancing and everything?
all the
else?
green, it's the green
All the
chairs.
green dots.
Not a lot,
Not all of them.
I can't
like
see.
25 or 30.
Oh,
See the green
they got
tops?
green dots on them. Oh, okay.
25 right now,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. And it's listed on the outside of the door, I just don't have it memorized. And then we can fit about 15 out in the
Hallway.
hallway if we space it well, and we can fit about 20, maybe up to 25 over in the other room, depending on what other furniture they've got in place. They do use that room regularly for other things, and sometimes things have to stay. So between 15 to 20.
So if we have folks, I'm sorry, Jane.
Go ahead.
So if we have folks who decide that they want to come and just view the meeting, listen, that's going to limit the number of people who want to speak to be able to speak.
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, potentially will do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
35, 40, 45, 55. So basically 60 or 65 people capacity that could speak if they wanted to, or 70, something like that.
If we're talking only about capacity, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't bring up that you do have a policy about time limits as well, that if we reach that number of people, we would be talking about. But yes, if we could not get people who would be willing to move in and out of the room, then that would limit the number of people who could be here. I found that most of our residents who come are more than willing to accommodate, and they want other people to have the opportunity to speak, but.
I thought, what happened to I thought we were going to have a discussion about opening up a Zoom option for people to speak. I brought it up at one of the previous meetings, and I think Ms. Drake was going to look into it, and we were going to put it on the agenda I thought for this meeting, but it wasn't on the agenda for this meeting.
We totally missed that. You were wondering, people.
Well, I think we should be offering people an opportunity to come speak on Zoom. I mean, this discussion, I mean, I think people have an opportunity to reach out, and they have been all fall. I mean, if we're going to try the pack the room trick right now during a pandemic, I just think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I hear with,
Yep.
this is not about getting.
Via Zoom, that's what we were asking.
Yeah, so if we had a Zoom option, then the people, because, the people who are going to speak out against it aren't going to come to a packed room.
I'm
So
sorry.
I don't, I read all my emails, and I think whether you send me an email or whether you come speak in person doesn't change how I, consider what you say.
And I don't know that I'm trying to pack the room out, but for me, sometimes surveys, we all see those surveys differently, and we also act on them differently. And as Ms. Cron said, we're not trying to change each other's mind, but there's a huge silent majority out there that don't say anything. They're not emailing. They're not, they're working late and trying to get their kids' homework done and things like that, and they're not taking time to do those things. And I heard a board member say many years ago that sometimes you have to speak out for those who don't speak out for themselves. And so I was thinking about for those who maybe could have that opportunity to come out and speak that don't take time to email. I've had many, many, many people say, how do I email the board? We think that's very easy to do, but it's not. And I've had people say, I was really confused when I took that survey. And no disrespect to anyone who formed the survey. For some people, things like that are just, they're hard to do. And I just think sometimes it's easier for people to come and say, this is what I would like to see. That's the only reason why I bring that up. So I'm not trying to pack the room out, but there is a silent majority out there that does not speak out.
I think it's unfair to the work that our staff has done and the communication that's been done. I think our surveys, I've heard the criticisms about our surveys. Believe me, I've been one of the people who has criticized our surveys, but honestly, you guys, they've gotten so much better. I think that our staff has really made an effort, and they've given us so much information on the surveys. My favorite slide was that slide 2 or 3 where it showed the pie charts of our communities. Of what it's very representative. I mean, I understand that not everybody answers the surveys and whatnot, but I think we have a pretty good picture on these questions from the survey, and I think it's unfair to say that somehow the survey is misleading or. I mean, I understand what I'm not saying anything against anything anybody said tonight, you or Ms. Cass or anybody. Sometimes you need a little more context for a particular topic. I get it, right? But you can't look at the survey and there's certain conclusions that are going to be tough to avoid, right? So, anyway.
I think the comment that Jamie was the point she was trying to make was that some people don't have time or they're intimidated on both sides of the issue to do the surveys. So, I looked at that piece to see the response we got from, the populations, and I was impressed with it. I was very happy to see that. But yeah, there still are some people out there on both sides of this issue who they're just not comfortable with doing the stuff online. It's very intimidating for them.
And I don't disagree with that, but then we shouldn't give surveys anymore because if we are going to ask for people's opinions and we get all of this information and we spend all the time and energy to put it together, and then we say, but there's a silent majority out there that's not responding, so we really need to do what then we just shouldn't do surveys anymore. Because if that's what we're saying, that people are not, well, but I'm just saying, if you feel.
But I agree with you.
What? So then we shouldn't do surveys anymore.
I mean, I
Of course,
agree
of
with you.
course we should do surveys.
Not from listening to Jamie's logic. Because Jamie's logic is that there's a silent majority that's not responding to the survey. So why are we wasting our time even doing that? So anybody who provided their input, it's like, thank you very much, but we're going to make our minds up because we think we know what the silent majority wants.
But
How
see,
is that fair to the people who actually spent? How many people were there, Brenda, overall that responded? I can't remember the numbers total. Thousands? Yes. Thousands of people. I'll use that. That's a good number.
And understandably, but you tend to take people's words and conscrew them to how you're trying to make your point.
And so do you.
But that's not what I said.
But you're doing.
I said there's a whole lot of people out there that could converse their opinion better if they could come in person.
But you said a silent majority.
Okay.
Okay. So majority means more than, so that means they are the majority. So more people who are silent, there are more people silent than there are talking.
So let me ask you, how many, you said thousands of people did the survey. So we've got about 10,000 students in Montgomery County. So that equivalates to 20,000 parents, correct?
No, ma'am.
I'm just saying we should not do surveys because you're letting people think. You're giving people the impression that their thoughts matter. But they don't. Because we know better.
No.
So then why are we asking? If we know, and I'm not saying that's wrong or right. I'm just saying that's the way it is. I mean, we've got to stop asking because all we're doing is letting people think that we're listening to them.
Well, okay.
And we're really not.
You guys mind if and I know we need to move on.
Yeah, I was suggesting a little break, but go ahead, Ms. Repton.
So I see where Ms. Bond's coming from. I see where you're coming from. I think the surveys are important because I want people to be able to feel like they can go to a survey and voice their opinion. However, I do still believe that there are people out there that don't do surveys or for whatever reason, they don't feel comfortable, they don't have time, they forget. I mean, my gosh, I know when my daughter was younger and I had 50 million things going on, I remember surveys and I didn't remember every time to go back and do the survey. It doesn't mean that I didn't want to do it, but I think that's good feedback, but at the same time, I don't think we should count on that 100% because we know that not everybody's voice is being heard. I think it's a good tool. I think it's good information, but we need to keep in perspective that there are others out there that didn't answer that and that either may or may not feel that way. I'm just saying, maybe not get rid of it, but also keep in mind that there might be lots and lots of people that for whatever reason weren't able to do that survey. We just need to kind of keep that in the back of our mind.
All right, let's give some 5 minutes, 10 minutes break before we move forward. If you need to use restroom, 5 minutes. Shorter the better.
All right, thank you.
And it is 9:42. Moving on, item I. That is the item we asked to put on the agenda.
Yes.
And it's the positive case communication. And the letter is here, as is, that we approved on August 18. Board members, who would like to begin the discussion?
Okay, so what I'm hearing in person, on email, not Facebook, is that folks really do want to have the communication level we had before. Yeah, I know there's some people out there who are tired of constantly getting the emails, but what I'm hearing overall is folks want us to go back to what we were doing and reporting before.
I hear the same thing.
Which was not the letter itself, but how we distribute. Like everybody got it each time we had a case. Okay.
And the letter. I think what I'm hearing is they want to go back to the way it was.
Right. And
I mean, I'll admit,
and the quarantine piece, to let folks know we may have one case in your building, but there may be 6 people quarantining, to not make them think there's 6 people who are positive would ease people's mind. And I'll have to say this, that sometimes we may have people out of the building for things other than they have to quarantine, or they may have tested positive or whatever. But just like every other day in the district, there are folks out of the building that's not related to COVID. And we need to keep that in mind.
So I thought that this came on the agenda, I think, and Jason, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this came on after we discussed, there was a kind of a big discussion about the presumed positive cases and the quarantine, right? So I see the letter. I don't know that we need to do anything with the letter necessarily, but
And we approved August 18th, so
Okay.
it's only for the positive cases to be shared. And the way we share, we change it a little bit. You know,
Yeah.
initially we approved everybody. Now it goes to the school that case comes from.
so we
and
need to
then
adjust it a
weekly
little bit. Okay.
It goes to the others.
I got
So
you.
now that it's the what letter says, do we want it to change it or not? That's why it's on the agenda.
I mean, I think the way I understood that is that we were going to discuss the communication maybe a little bit more in general, but I would like to see, whether it's through the letter, the dashboard, or whatever. I mean, two changes I'd like to see is to see. I don't know about. I mean, I'd be fine with more information on if there's anybody school-related quarantining. But I think the presumed positive cases, I think not counting those on our dashboard, and we can make a distinction if we need to, but, you know, it seems a little bit silly not to do that. And I think, you know, again, this is just I'm not trying to drum up cases or anything like that, but I do think that we need to have an accurate picture of what's going on. And I do think that our community is appreciative of that decision that we made in August to be as transparent as we can. And so I think with that in mind, I'd like to see us be as transparent as we can. So number one, I'd like to see at least presumed positive cases being reported. And then I think you guys were going to go back and talk to our legal counsel about if there's anything else that we can say. And one thing that I think would help is if we are able to give information, even if it's a week later or something, about, you know, number of cases, you know, staff cases versus student cases, I think that might be helpful to the public. I mean, I've heard many people in the public request that. I don't know what you guys have heard. So those are the things that on my mind about our communication.
So I hear that you would like the quarantine and presumptive positives to be reported. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Didn't we talk about this the last meeting? I brought that up. We talked about it at length, and I thought most people said, I thought that was voted down.
No, we put it on the agenda to discuss tonight.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make a couple of notes on the presumptive positives. One thing to note is that not all tests are the PCR test. So the number of incorrect pieces of data you would be getting with that are going to definitely skew any look that you have or any numbers that you get. It's really not something that most health districts monitor or capture or keep data on because the numbers are so skewed. The antigen test throws a lot of false negatives and positives. And the PCR test, of course, takes sometimes days to get the results back. And then the piece on quarantine is that, in general, very few people who quarantine end up testing positive. So you're really skewing the information you're sending out to the public. And I think, I feel that is not a good picture of what is actually happening in our schools.
So I might agree with you with the, is it positive? What's the term?
Presumed positive?
Right. But as far as the issue of quarantining, I can't tell you how many people literally stop me and tell me that so many people are out of their building. And then when I contact administration and check, it's because, yeah, some people are quarantining. But it freaks people out when there's large groups of people missing from the building and they don't know what's going on. And most often folks go to, it's a positive case, and we've got all these positive cases. So if we're helping folks understand that the reason there are this many people out of your building is because they are quarantining, because they know they've got a positive case, but it's just one case. It's not 3 or 4. And when everybody disappears, they're thinking it's 3 or 4. And that's an issue for folks. I mean, I had, at work, I had a parent come to me of one of our employees, and she was freaking out. Her family member was freaking out, and I'm contacting these folks to say what's going on, and I can't tell them any more than enough to calm them down, and then they still were insisting that they're not telling you the truth. And as I dug deeper and as we talked and realized, well, yeah, maybe we need to look at this too. And when they did, it was like, oh, well, this, and this is also going on to my comments that we have folks out of the building every day. But people get very, very anxious, as we all know, and we do ourselves sometimes. So I believe if we help folks in the buildings understand that some folks are quarantining, but they're not positive cases, it will ease their minds.
I agree with that, but I also think that the presumed positive is basically if I get tested positive, if I've been hanging out with my family all week, right, and I test positive, the health department might say, my wife's not going to get tested, my kids aren't going to get tested because one of them is too young. They don't test under 12 anyway, right? So what they'll do is they'll say the 3 members of my family are presumed positive, and that's probably a pretty good presumption. And so I don't understand what, if there's a child in my family that attends MCPS and they're presumed positive, why would we not report that? I think it's another breakdown of trust. It almost seems like we're trying to hide something. Or if there's, if a parent reports to the school that their child tested positive, again, I don't know why we would, because they got a lab test outside of the health department channels. Again, I don't know why we wouldn't report that.
We do, don't we?
Yeah, Mr. Garrison, yeah, please. Just share the practicality of how can be done, or if can be done.
Sure, I'll speak to some of the things I thought I've heard you discuss so far. We did discuss at the last meeting presumed positives, and Mr. Chewbacca, you're correct in your description of a household member tests positive. Other members of the household begin to show symptoms. Many times they will not test those other members. They will be considered presumed positives. Those also don't necessarily get reported to the health department because there's no test that backs it up. That also means we may or may not get that information necessarily. In talking with the health department, they also operate that many of the cases that are the rapid tests, they don't necessarily always consider those true positives either. They like to deal with PCR testing kind of as their gold standard, which does take longer. So in essence, we are following the guidelines laid out in a frequently asked questions document from the Virginia Department of Education that speaks to what they call lab-confirmed cases. So whether it's PCR or whether it's rapid test, there is a document, there is a lab result that backs it up. So that's how we've been operating with our cases. Presumed positives will become problematic if the board were to go that direction, and it's the will of the board. It will be problematic in that we're probably not getting all of them. And there's really no way for me to confirm with the health department because they're probably not getting all of them either if that decision, that presumptive positive, has been made by a private practice doctor.
Sure.
To the point of quarantines, quarantines can also be very, very difficult. And I can almost assure you, and this isn't meant to be a complaint or a cry on my part, we will probably announce some version of quarantine every day if that's the direction you go down, because it's ever changing, whether it's with Danny and Dominic in HR or whether it's with me and Kelly in student services. We have people coming on and off quarantine every single day. And the board, in one of the earlier discussions, I almost wanted to jump up and say, hey, you guys put together a great plan in June and July in terms of mitigation. That's why we're seeing really good results and generally speaking, successful in-school participation. It's because of the plan you put together that emphasized so much good mitigation. Also, in that same vein, we also created great flexibility in being able to go on quarantine, whether you're a student or whether you're a staff member. If you're a student, you really don't miss the total education picture. You just step away to remote. And we've talked a lot about, some deficiencies there. It's not the same as the school we'd like to have, but you're not missing school like you would have a year ago if it's 10 or 14 days. So you see a lot of people make that decision not on the health department's advice and not even maybe even on a doctor's advice. Out of an abundance of caution, they pull their kiddo out because they feel like they have an interaction or a concern or a possible exposure. It's similar, not quite the same, but it's similar with staff in that we have provided COVID leave days that allow, again, not only those who have been recommended or encouraged by the health department or a doctor, we also take precautions and allow employees to quarantine at times when they've went out on their own, maybe even despite the recommendation of a doctor, and went and pursued testing on their own. And now they're out several days waiting for a test result. So we really have created really, really generous, flexible quarantine opportunities. So you will be reporting those in pretty substantial numbers and almost definitely every single day.
Okay, so I am not talking about reporting every quarantine.
Okay.
I'm talking about when we have several of our staff folks out of the building quarantining, because those are who people see, the most. When staff is out, that's when folks get real nervous. I'm not talking about this student, that student, this, whatever. I'm talking about when we have a group, 4, 5 or more, I don't know, who disappear.
Right.
Right? And folks are going, what's going on?
Right.
Because it has been reported that we had one case, and then all of a sudden, everybody disappears, and folks naturally go, they must be sick too.
Right, and I'm out and I'm at the dentist getting a root canal, right? It's got nothing to do with COVID.
Right.
Correct.
So,
Yes,
again,
ma'am.
to my statement, folks, remember, we have folks out of the building every day for things other than COVID. But when we have situations where there's a known case and then a whole group of people disappear, I think people just need to know they're just quarantining, to be cautious.
Sure. And then I guess the last point, tying into the discussion points I heard, I did reach out to Mr. King, school board attorney, and just asked any updated guidance since he last met with us back in the summer. He said really no new guidance, no new updates. He did again refer us back to the VDOE guidance that again recommends lab confirmed positive cases. It speaks a great deal to privacy. Once again, it speaks to flexibility in terms of maybe your first initial cases. You do the notifications and then you move to another format like a dashboard or like a weekly update or a monthly update. He did speak, I asked the question specifically, he did say that we are in a position if we chose to identify staff versus student, we could go that route. And I have heard that request made many times myself in my working with the community. So that is something, of course, for the board to consider and discuss. Those were things I thought I heard that I could address before I got up here. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Jason, even though we're in a pandemic, I know we're bound by HIPAA. Can you just kind of refresh our memory in what the regulations and the policies are with the HIPAA as to the information that we're relaying out to the community?
We can't release student health data without permission of the parent. I mean, that's pretty much the long and the short of it. Even our communication with the health department right now, we're operating kind of under emergency conditions where we're a little freer to discuss back and forth with the health department as a matter of public health.
Thank you.
So I have had folks say, can you give me more information? Can you give me a name? Can you give me, and I've had to tell them I cannot.
And I think this board agreed. That's something we did not want to happen, but I brought up very early on that we needed to say if it was a child or if it was a staff person. I believe that we need to do that.
Well, and I think you're in a much better position now as well, Ms. Franklin, because we do have more numbers, right? Like early on, when it's a small number, if you identify it as a staff member or student, it may make it very, very easy to discern who that person is. Now that we've been at this for a while, I mean, I think we're up to 50 notifications or more. It really does add some privacy at this point to be able to say staff or student, if that is the desire of the board.
So, members, any other discussions? I think at this time we know, what can be done or cannot be done, or will be advisable or to do or not. But in terms of the, like Ms. Franklin saying, if multiple people disappearing, that maybe would not require the letter change per se. But when that happens in whichever the school happens or any building that happens, is it possible to send out any information, why so many people disappeared? Would that be something, Ms. Franklin, instead of changing this letter?
Yeah, and I mean, and that's just
Because
a
we don't
school
want
to
any
school
every day.
basis. I mean, hopefully, we won't have any other situations
hope
like
so.
that to happen.
Now, couldn't that maybe be handled at the principal level?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's
I'm
what-
just
yeah,
saying,
that's what-
that's something that is, I'm
Not a
hearing.
public
It's,
notification,
right,
but-
not
Yeah.
a public
Yeah.
notification, no, in that building.
Do you see what,
So you're saying,
So-
like the situation we talked about, notifying the staff in the building
right,
of
right,
something,
Yeah,
as
principal,
opposed to the
yeah.
entire community?
right.
No,
Oh.
just the staff in that building to let them know, you know.
Yes.
It's okay.
It's just that one case that you were notified about, other folks may be quarantining,
Yes.
yeah.
I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah.
I think that
that's
would
something that
be-
the principal
I
could
would
do.
be-
And, and that's something we discussed last week, when we had a building with that situation, where it's basically one case and then tons of quarantines.
Yeah.
And it does start a lot of rumors
Yeah.
and things like that. And it would be good for the staff, for the principal to be able to calm the staff down and say, look, we're okay. Just some folks are taking precautions.
Right.
And I definitely think that's a good idea. I like, the reason I want to clarify, I don't think that's something that's necessary to go out to the entire school community
Yeah.
per se.
Yeah.
But I think it would be probably good for the staff.
Yes.
And so that's something that we can do. We can discuss how that would look and at what point would we do that? And it might depend on the size of the building too, Ms. Franklin. Because the building you're talking about, compared to the number of teachers in the building, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
especially when they start having problems filling positions and
Sure.
everybody's covering for everybody and,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. And so, it might be a case by case situation. We see that it's getting a little bit out of hand and people start asking questions. Just ask the principal to communicate with his folks and they can work with Jason to do that. Is that okay? That sound like a good plan?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I think we
sounds
just
good.
need a thumbs up on that, if everybody would be good with it.
Yeah, that doesn't require the change of this letter, but I'm going to ask one more level because, again, it is mentioned that now we can identify staff versus student. Do we want that to be in the letter that goes out? So that requires a letter change or not?
Say that again. Okay.
Staff member versus
Student for a
Yeah.
project.
student.
Yeah, I think it could, on that first line where it says, the health department, that a member of the school in brackets, you could put a bracket before member. So it would say either that a staff member of, or that a student member of. That's one way we could handle it
Yeah,
in
I
this
think,
letter.
I think you're getting real close. I think we talked to Brad about this. You're getting real close to possibly in some places, especially small schools where it might be an identifying type of
Person.
piece there, which I think that's why we moved away from it, depending on where.
Let me ask this, is that something we can do on a weekly basis or at some point when we've had multiple cases
Yeah.
that we can update on the
Okay.
dashboard to say,
Dashboard, yeah.
this
Correct.
is the number that we've had that were because here's what I'd like to be able to do. I'd like to be able to, if parents are writing to us and they're concerned or something, say, hey, there's been all these cases, right? I can then point them to the dashboard and say, yeah, but look, most of these cases have been staff related. They haven't affected the students or whatever, right?
So right now, the way it was changed is it would be individual school for individual cases, but then for the week, Jason would then send out a weekly message for the entire school division. So I think that would be less identifying if we did it then. What do you think so, Jason? So when you send out what day are you doing that? On Tuesdays, right? Okay. So he sends out a Tuesday message for the week, and says in MCPS we've had this many cases. And then of those cases, we had this many students
Yes.
versus this many adults.
Yeah, and you don't even have to identify the school at that point, right?
Yeah, and we're not doing that then anyway. We're just sort of giving an overall, here's what happened this week in the
I
division.
think that's a good compromise. We're trying to be as transparent as we can and still protect privacy and, good.
Okay.
So again, that won't require any letter change, but
Okay.
No.
what Mr. Garrison does it at the end of the week, weekly.
Right, we just need consensus on both of those items.
Yeah, and that's just a tweak of what y'all voted on last week.
Yeah.
Or a couple weeks ago, just to make that and just, I guess, a thumbs up. Is that okay?
Yeah, thumbs up,
Sound all right?
board members or
On
both.
which one?
First,
Both of them.
let's see,
Notification by principals.
that's right.
Allowing principals to contact their staff
Contact
to
the
let them
staff,
know.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thumbs up on that?
Thumbs up on
or
that.
thumbs
There's a
down?
large quarantine.
Okay.
Quarantine, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Quarantine.
then the
Which is
not related
second
to the letter.
is,
And the second is the giving the weekly, when the weekly
he separates staff versus
email
employees.
comes, yeah,
I mean,
separates
versus,
staff and
excuse me,
employee.
staff versus students.
That's thumbs up
You can do
also.
a thumbs
Okay.
down on that.
So I can agree with that, but again, I'm telling you, people are saying, leave it like it was. We want to know what's going on within the district. So
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'm back to that.
I have to say, as much as I thought it was a good idea to change the letters, that I'm finding that a lot of the feedback I've gotten over the last couple of weeks has been people wish we were doing the letters we were doing before as opposed to what we're doing now. And I know they can go onto the website and they can see the totals and all, but I, for people who aren't computer savvy, that would not be something they'd probably do. And I think they appreciate getting the letter. So
No, that's a total.
maybe that was not a good call to.
No,
I
that
thought it
is
was
a-
going to relieve people of the burden of getting a lot of letters, but. And and a lot of people said, I really miss listening to Mr. Garrison's voice.
No. Now, I want to make sure we have enough thumbs up for Mr. Garrison giving weekly separation
Split,
of
yeah.
cases.
Right.
Are we good with that?
Right, with the saying staff versus students,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Okay, that was, I got
four,
it mostly.
Yeah, because that's totally unrelated with how many times we communicate with the letter.
Right.
Because that's the vote we took last time, and we said only the school case comes, and then at the end, the summary goes. So if we want to change that, that probably should come next week, next week's meeting, if we're going to go back with the letter the way it was.
All right, what's the
Am I right?
procedure
Am
for
I-
that,
It's,
Ms. Drake?
It sounds like Ms. Cass is proposing potentially rescinding the vote that you made at the last meeting.
So that can happen this week, this meeting?
You guys agreed to add this as an agenda item for this meeting. Off the top of my head, without looking everything in depth, I think you've met the criteria for notification. Unless I'm misunderstanding, and I'm not trying to speak for you, but what I heard was rescinding the vote that was already taken. I think you've met everything.
All right. So
I think so.
I guess, do we have a desire to change that vote?
So to
Yes,
go
I
back to
move
what
that
we
we
were
go
doing
back
before.
to the full notification. And
Who has to,
the whole
what was that vote last time? I'm sorry, Ms. Frank. What-
So on November 16th, the school board voted to adjust the COVID notifications as follows. A school will be notified by phone and email when there is a positive case in a school community, and a weekly division-wide notification will go to all families via telephone and email, and to all MCPS staff members via email. So it made it school-specific and added the weekly communication. If you rescinded that motion, the weekly communication would go away, and we would contact the entire school division every time there is a positive case.
All right, so what was the vote count on that?
I'll need just one moment. It helps if you go to the right meeting, in case you're wondering. There it is. It was 6-1. Mr. Trabaka was opposed.
So one of the six would have to
And I just
make
did.
a motion, is that correct?
Oh, I didn't hear you make a motion. I apologize.
Did you make a motion, Penny?
Yeah, I made the motion that we,
I'll second.
go back to
Sure.
what we were doing before and notifying the whole county, the whole district.
And
if there was a
removing the
case.
weekly notification?
And the weekly notification. Say that again.
You would remove the weekly notification? Okay, may I have just a moment to update the agenda
Sure.
for the action item? Thank you so much. I'm very needy tonight.
Sorry, Jason.
So Mrs. Karan, where did we end up then on that second?
I'm sorry?
Where did we end up on that second thing about splitting the staff and student notifications on a weekly basis? Did we get 4 thumbs up on that one?
I thought I
Okay,
did.
all right, okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right,
thought
good,
I did.
okay.
That might be on the edge right now since we
Yeah,
are.
yeah, that would go away if we.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can still do it on the, you can still do it weekly a different way. You can do it on the dashboard or something, you know?
You can do it on the dashboard, but not any weekly notification because that's what they're talking about voting on.
No, I agree. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that now the weekly is going, that's right.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So I just, in an effort to be very clear, the motion is to rescind the previous vote approved on November 16th, 2020, and I have copied and pasted the previous motion, which was the school board voted to adjust the COVID notifications, a school, da-da-da-da. So it would be rescinding that, a motion made by Ms. Franklin and seconded by Ms. Cass. Oop, I spelled rescind wrong.
So the yes vote will be, go back to,
To rescind to rescind the vote.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And the no vote will be, keep it as it is
Today. Yes.
today. Any further discussions?
And I don't get to vote on that, right?
You absolutely get to vote. You don't get to make the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other discussions? If not, we'll ask roll call.
Would you like a roll call? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ms. Bond?
No.
Mr. Chewbacca?
I'm sorry, what's this roll call on?
The yes vote will be going back
to
to
the way it was.
how it was, how we gave the letter.
Okay,
I
no.
mean, send the letter.
Okay,
And
no.
if we say no, we are staying the way that we, change it the way we are doing now. Only certain
Yeah,
school
I got
and then
it.
the
Yep,
weekly.
I got it. No.
Ms. Franklin?
Now you've confused me, but yes? Okay,
You want to go back to the way it was?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Graham?
No.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Ms. Karan?
No.
Motion fails.
Now that it stays as it is, we can get the weekly break for cases. All right? Am I right? Thank you.
So do we need to vote on this letter with those changes?
I'm sorry?
So we need to vote on the changes to the letter.
She got consensus with a thumbs up or.
Yeah, this whole consensus thing, I think we really need to vote on some stuff.
Well, we are not changing anything on the letter. It's just a weekly update that Mr. Garrison sends. When he says like 16 cases, I'm just making up, he can say this many staff, this many students, that he has been already doing that. I mean, giving the cases, but now he can break it down. So I think the voting was only for the change in the letter, which now we went back. We are now how we changed it from the last time.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on to next item, I think, which is Special Education Advisory Committee members. Those are additional members, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Meyer.
Yeah, that's correct. The Special Education Advisory Committee recommends 4 new members of the committee. With these additions, SEAC now represents all 4 communities in Montgomery County and is at their maximum committee size of 15. You're asked to approve these recommendations tonight.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
So, wait a minute.
Motion and second.
Wait. Had the So we're doing the special ed committee. I had the wrong
Yes.
one up.
Yeah, this is the Special Education Advisory Committee. And I think we approved them
And
before, but
It's
those
not the
are.
whole, it's not the whole committee. I think these are
No,
just.
the additional
yes.
items. I think we
This
approved
is
them before.
The additions, correct, Dr. Walker? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I think motion and second I have. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We have it. Moving on, CTE.
All right, the CT Advisory Committee has provided their proposed membership list for the school board's review and approval. You're asked to approve this membership list tonight.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and second. Any questions?
I have a question.
Board members, yes. Ms.
And I'm
Gass?
not sure anybody can answer it for me. The parent that spoke earlier that had concerns, can you tell me which committee that parent was talking about?
It is gifted.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll cover some of that.
okay, thank
We
you.
can give you a little bit more
But
information
just
about
want to
that.
make sure, because I didn't, okay, thank you.
Yep. Mhm.
Any other questions regarding the CTE?
Okay, so I have a concern with the person who was supposed to be representing labor. And Mr. Hubbard and I have been kind of going back and forth with some information. So I'm not sure where we're at with that as far as the criteria.
Mr. Hasman?
Okay, because a labor organization is a union, okay? So,
His name is included on the roster.
I'm sorry.
His name is included on the roster.
I think you were asking about what's the definition of
Right.
that representative?
So we're not given a formal definition really other than just the title of the position. And then
Okay,
we're
so-
required to have one.
One,
Yeah.
what?
One person. They actually say, there's language as I was reading through there responding to your email this afternoon that limits us to one.
I'm sorry, one what? One
The
person
la-
representing,
Labor organization. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
extent of which they give us the guidance on.
so Volvo is not a labor organization. They're a manufacturing facility or company.
Sure.
So,
But the individual that we're speaking about has previously worked in a labor or has been part of a labor union, part of a labor organization.
but he's not at this point. I understand what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
but if we're supposed to be meeting the criteria, it's supposed to be a representative from a labor organization, not someone who used to be a member of the organization. As well he might represent, but that's not what it says is supposed to be in place. Right?
I mean, I guess that's a different interpretation. I don't think that it says anything that specific. And as we've kind of gone back and forth, we did take the past couple of months to reach out and look for other representatives. And this representative on the committee has been a valuable member for the past couple of years. So they were included on the roster today.
And if you say so, I don't know if I can agree with that because I don't know what he's done, right?
Sure.
But what I do know is Volvo is not a labor organization. And it says representative from a labor organization, correct? I haven't had a chance to read because I just saw what
Sure.
you sent as far as the requirements.
Mhm.
So if he's
I guess,
not a...
I guess the answer that you're looking for is that by my interpretation of what the Perkins Grant outlines, I think he does meet what the Perkins Grant is asking for.
And that is a representative from a labor organization?
Yes.
But if he's
But-
not a
but
part
it-
of, if he's not a part of a
I
union...
think even saying a representative from a labor organization is more guidance than they give us. Like,
I'm sorry.
That's more guidance than the Perkins Grant outlines. The only thing that the Perkins Grant outlines is a requirement is the title labor organization.
Okay.
So it's a member who is going to speak to the needs, in my view, it's a member that's going to speak to the needs and the values of labor. Just similarly to, we're required to have 3 members of business and industry. And it says just 3 different areas of business and industry and does not outline it any further.
Okay, but we know business and industry this is what they are. And we know that labor, this is what it is, and that is labor unions. So someone on the committee who is not a part of a labor union does not represent labor. If we're going to go ahead and take folks from business, unless they're retired and they're no longer in business anymore, are these folks that are representing business and industry retired and no longer representing businesses anymore? They're not a part of that anymore?
No, I believe they all three are still working.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I'm looking for guidance from the board. If it's the will of the board that I go back and continue to look for someone else. This gentleman's been on the committee for 3 years, and we did reach out and we looked for other representatives, and you and I were unable to identify a name for that position.
Okay, so I know what I did to try to reach out, and I didn't know that it was such an urgency since the committee was not going to be meeting until, as you told me, next year, right? So I don't know who you reached out to. What labor organizations did you reach out to? What unions did you reach out to?
I don't know that, so I reached out to members of the committee and past members of the committee and my predecessor and asked for recommendations, and you and I communicated a number of times looking for different options. As I was talking with you, I didn't want to go too far outside of what you might recommend. So.
Yeah. As long as they're a member of a labor union, which is what it says.
It doesn't say labor union, it says labor organization.
Okay. What other organization represents labor?
But it doesn't say that they need to be a representative. If it's the will of the board, I'm not tied to it. I don't think this gentleman's tied to it. If you guys would like me to continue to reach out to find somebody else, I can certainly do that.
Can we add somebody in the
Is
future?
it possible to add if we found someone from
Or
labor
does somebody have to
organization?
go off the
Like we, yeah,
CTE?
that's what.
No, there's a line that we can add additional community members.
Okay.
If there was somebody else that the board wanted to make a recommendation, I'd be glad to.
Ms. Franklin, is that a way forward?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But if it says labor organization, that's a union.
Yeah.
And if you're not a member of a union, then you're not representing labor.
Yeah, I think my suggestion will be moving forward to, I can't remember, do we have a motion in a second?
We do, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think moving forward, we'll continue to find somebody that, solely represents labor union and add to the committee, like we add members to the special ed committee later on. So we
Well, let's be clear. Labor organization is already said to be a representative on here, so we wouldn't be adding someone. We would just be, it would be basically, I think what Mr. Herbert wants to do is to keep Mr. Thompson on the committee, which I don't have a problem with, but we just need to make sure the committee reflects who the committee says should be on there.
Just so you know, a labor organization definition is a defined group of employees formed for the purposes of representing those employees with the employer as to the terms of a collective contract of employment. So it is a labor, it's a union. So you need to find a representative.
Right, which is a union.
From a union shop.
Yeah. So we haven't had time to talk because at one point he had taken him off and then he came back on. So I do have an idea. You just need to know if it's within the realm. So.
Shall we go? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm not quite sure what do we vote to approve this
Committee.
list?
Yes.
I'd say no.
Let's see, moving forward. Lost my spot, here we go. The next one is Gifted Advisory Committee.
All right, so The Gifted Advisory Committee has provided their proposed membership list for the school board to review and approval. I've asked Ms. Whitaker to provide an overview of activities by the committee recently. Ms. Whitaker?
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
We're still perky.
Still here.
Wonderful. Well, I will try to speak quickly and answer any questions you may have. I just wanted to provide, as Dr. Meyer requested, a little bit of an overview. You can see on the document that you were provided from the Gifted Advisory, there was a little asterisk there, which indicated, it said, that this had been voted by 2 members of that Gifted Advisory Committee, and I wanted to make sure you had the information regarding that. I have spoken with the co-chair of the committee today and talked with her about what I was going to share with you, so I do want to let you know that she and I have communicated on what we're going to talk about today. As we started to work to align this year our advisory committees, we've given each of those committees different tasks to work on so that we can align that work and ensure that we are listening to our stakeholders and they're being provided an opportunity to be engaged in our processes. The Gifted Advisory has faced some challenges that other groups have not necessarily faced. My personal feeling is that that's rooted all the way back to 2012 when the laws changed related to Gifted Advisory. Before 2012, school divisions were required to have a Gifted Advisory, and as such, there were certain things that had to happen. At that time, it changed to say school divisions may have the advisory, and then if you do, the requirements from before were essentially the same, outlining the work of what those groups would do. When looking back through MCPS's practices at that time, when the state changed the law, neither MCPS nor the Gifted Advisory amended what was happening at that time. And that's not a fault or a blame on anyone. It's just important to note that that didn't change. And so I think those problems have continued to snowball and have caused a little bit of disconnect between what we're trying to sometimes advise from the division level and then what the advisory group may be working on. And it allowed us to bring to attention the concerns, and that's kind of where we are in this process. So they didn't change their bylaws since 2011, and we hadn't changed our policies about it since 2005. So there was definitely some work that needed to be done. So throughout this process, since you've charged them with the task of giving us a membership committee, is also at the time at which we determined that committee was going to report directly to the school board. Mm-hmm. So when a committee reports directly to the school board, as I shared, when that decision was made, they are an extension of the school board. So therefore, any requirements that you all are held to are the same requirements that that committee is held to. However, the expectation that either they understand what those requirements are and have training and know from the day that we make that decision, we can't expect that they would know to do that. We also, our staff, it's new for them too. So they don't necessarily know how to move forward guiding a committee. And so there's been a lot of confusion concerning and a lot of time that's been spent going back and forth trying to figure this out. Everybody trying to do what they in their heart feels right, but it's been an ongoing, long process with lots and lots of back and forth. And so in terms of this committee, it's an example of that confusion. And so what I want to do is just kind of outline for you, after you guys determined, yes, please report to us and then bring to us at this meeting a list of the committee members that you want to recommend based upon the ratios that we approved. The committee had some concerns. They didn't understand what those ratios meant. Did it mean that go with the whole number of the committee that you want, and then do you determine who's going to be in those membership positions, or must we stick with the ratio? And so they had some concerns about how to fill those positions as well. And so a meeting was held on November 2nd, and they had all 4 of their board members in attendance at that meeting. In leaving the meeting, what I'm seeing through the correspondence that they've shared with me, some committee members felt like they left that meeting with an approved list and that they were sending to the board, and other committee members of that 4 felt that they had not approved a list and were requesting an additional meeting. Some of the members wanted to meet, some of the members did not want to meet or were unable to meet. And so on November 18th, the second meeting was held. 2 of the 4 members were present at that meeting. However, there was concern and confusion because they weren't sure if someone had resigned from the committee or not, and if that person had resigned from the committee, what the quorum number was, and whether or not they would be in compliance with their meeting. And so those 2 individuals held a meeting with some of our staff in attendance, and left the meeting, then sent me a list on November 19th. My understanding being that that list is coming from the committee of 2 that met, and so therefore that note was posted on that document that this was the list recommended by the 2 members from the meeting on November 18th. In speaking with them today, the list that they did provide to you is the list from their first meeting. However, the 4 individuals who were in that meeting on the 10th, 2 of them had been told this list was not approved. You know, they felt that they had voted on it and they had been told, no, we didn't agree to this. You know, the others, we didn't agree, so they felt it hadn't been an approved list. So coming forward today, with that being their last statement, you know, the 2 members, the chair and the co-chair, made a determination to turn in the list from the prior meeting. And so they had that discussion, those 2, and sent that list forward to us. It was the list from the first meeting, but the other 2 committee members were not at that, or the subsequent conversations that happened, however those occurred. So my point in that, you can tell it's confusing. And, you know, I think if I were asked for the recommendation, you know, what happens, the committee really wants to do work. And I think that my recommendation would be that they need direction from this committee in how to move forward and what it is that you want them to do. You know, the list that they have provided to you, I don't know that everybody on that committee is happy with. Again, we have no approved vote on it, no official vote, and we have no consensus that I have seen amongst the 4 members that this is a list that they have sent forward, even though they did discuss it in that first meeting. So my recommendation would be for the committee to give them some direction to help in that selection of the representatives. You know, we can provide those applications to you if that's what you choose to do. You know, I think that they're ready to do work. You know, in my speaking with them today and get moving, I don't know that that would be their recommendation of me saying, you know, I think that you need to help them move forward in that work. But I do know that they want to work and they want to get some things done. And so I think the best thing we can do is help provide that support to them so that they can move forward. Another thing that brought it to our attention, I'm sorry to say that, was there was a recommendation for change in bylaws. And that was kind of a piece very early this summer that brought this to our attention, because the recommendation was to remove from the bylaw the superintendent's approval, but the superintendent did not put that forward as approving, which is a catch in the system, right? Of the bylaws that were very old from 2005 said a certain thing had to happen. And so that brought forward to us now. They also have an approved list of bylaws from internal in their group that haven't been brought forward either. And so even in their regular meetings, the understanding of what rules to operate under or what guidelines you guys want for them, I just don't think they have the clear direction from this board what to do and how you would like them to proceed. And so that would be my recommendation, is that the board give them some guidance. You know, and we'll support in any way that you choose, but with it being a committee that reports directly to the board, it really does need to come from you all. The concern that was shared, I am going to be speaking with that individual tomorrow so that I can help look into those concerns as well. But I think the best thing we can do is help train, get individuals knowledgeable. You know, one thing I said on the phone today was, you guys, when a new person comes on board, there's at least some remaining members who understand operating procedures and have had practice in that. And so for a committee to start and not have anybody who's been there and has learned the ropes, and I mean, we still have to sit and try to figure out processes. So for them to be, you know, we can't expect them to understand all of those things right off, but we do need to also make sure that we're providing them with the resources they need to be able to do that.
So should we have an agenda item for our next meeting to be able to review the applications and make sure that there is equitable representation, because right now there's not. There's not equitable representation in this list that's on here. So
It's not perfect, but it's,
It's
not
two
even
pages,
close.
right?
well,
It's 2
I've-
pages.
I'm counting, I didn't count the non-voting staff that's on here, but I've got 15 other members if you count parents and teachers. I've got 3 from Auburn. I'm counting Miss Loda as a half and half because she teaches at Christiansburg. But she has,
I think we have to count them as they're giving them to us.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how
exactly.
they had some
they
serious
gave it-
discussions about who to put where for certain
sure,
reasons.
but they
this-
mentioned that in their comment.
this doesn't match
So-
the ratio that we gave them either.
Well, so
What was the ratio? I don't remember.
1, 2, 2, 1. That means Blacksburg 2, Christiansburg 2.
no, I don't think it was.
And
It wasn't
East
exact.
1.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
it
what
was.
that's what on the presentation we approved for advisory
Okay,
committees.
I mean, I thought that was rounded numbers, but anyway.
No, it's not
Hard to,
random.
obviously, it's hard to make it exactly 1, 2, 2,
Right,
1.
you can't have a quarter
Sure, so
of a
that's, I think, so I've had some discussions with Ms. Whitaker, and I've had some discussions with some parents who have reached out to me from the committee, so I'll just give you a little bit of a brain dump here. I think some of this stems from, I do think that we never put a size limit or a size goal for the committees. So basically, the committee ought to be able to at least propose. I mean, we still get the final say on anything, right? But they should be able to propose how many committee members they want. Now, one of the concerns, I think, about any of these committees, and I think any of us who have served on them know that this is the case, is that when you're getting parents involved in these committees, sometimes people say, yeah, and they'll come out maybe for the first meeting, and then by the end of the year, your numbers have significantly dwindled. So I think that's one of the concerns was, we'd like to have a larger committee, just because we know from experience that, that this size actually does work. Again, it's up to the board if we want to change that. I am probably, as much as possible, I would rather stay out of it if it's at all possible. But, looking at the numbers, the other thing that I'm not sure, Ms. Whitaker, I think there were some members whose applications came in late, that if we kicked this back as a possibility that those members might be added, and I think it was 2 from Christiansburg and 1 from Eastmont, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There was also a discrepancy between understanding there too. Some of the members walked away understanding that, I think it was members, that those applications would be added to the list. And others, I think, weren't sure if it would because they hadn't reviewed the actual applications yet. They just knew they were coming.
Yeah.
And so they do have 3 more members from those
Potential, yes.
areas who they want to review that application. But again, I don't believe the committee as a group was able to do that. And then additionally, the additional members that they want to add, I think 2 or 3 more from the Blacksburg community on top of that list is on that second page as well. So they want to, I believe, have additional applications for those members that they would like to include as well.
So here's the way I think is a decent way to move forward, since we don't really have a vote. I mean, obviously this board can choose to go through the applications and do this work ourselves, but I don't know that that's really advisable. But I would request from at least the leadership of this committee to go back, and we can give them some guidance. But I think if we get the other 3 members, you're looking, and depending on again, I for the purposes of this exercise, I'm going half and half on Miss Loda. It would be 3, 6.5, 5.5, and 3. If they reclassified her, it would be 3, 6, 6, and 3 for a total of 18, which would really be perfect. I don't know that it has to be. I don't want to I mean, if they come to us with a list of 30, and it's super skewed, then yes, I don't know that I want to accept that. But I don't know that I don't think it's I think we should let them pick the number that, maybe we can say you can pick somewhere between 15 and 20 and come back to us with the list that you vote on, and give them an opportunity at least to do that for next week. And then we can pass it next week. If they don't do it or are unable to do it, then perhaps we can either review the things ourselves or go with this list and add the other 3, which puts us pretty close to a good ratios.
Well, right now it's extremely skewed. So
Well, the way
towards Blacksburg, and that sends a very poor message, in my opinion, because
I agree.
Blacksburg does not have the majority of gifted students.
Yeah, there's 7 Blacksburg compared to.
Right, yeah.
And
I
the
mean,
way,
you've got 3 Christiansburg, and one of those is a student, and even though very
That's right.
respected, it's still only 2 parents.
Right, it's very unbalanced, so.
So-
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Ms. Franklin.
So at some point through all this, I thought part of the criteria was that it reflected the demographic, all of our committees. And at one point, I thought we had a document with the committees that did show that reflection, which I don't see in any of these this evening. So, yeah, I need a whole lot more information.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The question that was on there, on the bottom is, did the committee accurately reflect that? Was where that information is provided within there. There's not a chart with the names, but we could certainly do that moving forward. Not the names, but showing that representation.
Yeah, because
I was trying, and I know it's hard, but to not direct their action, too much to follow the guidance of, of the group, but I certainly don't want to not include the information as well. One area I would need some guidance on too is there's a committee member listed as Virginia Tech. And so we would need to know, is that a commute, where does that fall? And how do you want that person identified by the group? Is it okay to have non-community members, and what do those numbers look like? I mean, I know we can include them, but should it count in a community number?
If we have community representation from every district, that's fine, but not just having one from that district, no.
I think my problem with this whole thing, I mean, I have many problems, I think, from the beginning, but I think it just bothers me that it is a list that put together, since we don't know what the other board member thinks, committee members thinks, it is put forward by only 2 individuals. And again, it's not unusual for school boards do these, look at these membership applications themselves and appoint actually members for every advisory committee. I'm not, telling us to get ourselves more work to do, but it won't be unusual if the board chooses to look at all the applications with the ones that is expected and with the ones that are existing and make a decision moving forward. Right now, it looks like Blacksburg, obviously, and they tally down there. It is 3732, and even if 2 Christiansburg and 1 Eastmont added, will be 3753. So, seems like still too many Blacksburg individuals. And again, within those numbers, I don't know how we want to balance. Obviously there is student in one, but no student in the other communities. And, obviously some teachers are, both parent and or teach at one, community and parent in the other community. So I don't know how much in the weeds we want to go to, balance that. But, Blacksburg looks like 5 parent, 2 teacher. That looks also skewed in that, when you look at it, how it divided also, since the other ones have either 1 teacher, 1 parent, or, 2 parent, 1 teacher. And I don't know the other 3 members that we're expecting where, are they parents, teachers? I mean, I have no idea, but so that may change, obviously. So my recommendation will be just like, let's look at the application and move forward with that. And the other question I have regarding their bylaws, who has to approve their bylaws? Or do they have a bylaw?
They do not have to have bylaws.
Okay.
So that would be up to the board to determine. We do have some committees that have bylaws. I believe Dr. Walker, SEAC has bylaws. Is that in code?
Yes, that's per regulations.
From federal, right? So they have them, but CTE does not have bylaws, but they are very strictly governed by the CTE Perkins Act, which tells them exactly, I mean, it's pretty strict, exactly what to do and how to do it. So that would be up to the will of the board, whether or not you would want them to have bylaws. But in terms of approving it, since they report directly to you, my recommendation would be that this group, if they do have them, reviews that, because ultimately any actions
Is a reflection
are the
of us.
responsibility of the board, yeah.
I motion what Gooden said, that we review the members of the board and provide them some guidance.
So I'd like to discuss one more thing. So you said that we agreed on 1:2 ought to be the ratio, right? So assuming that the applications are accepted for the three people, that I think from what Ms. Whitaker said, and my understanding is that it was expected that those three would be accepted, then I think, as you said, Ms. Karan, the number would be 3753. We could kick it back to them to just bring us 3663, and that would be the perfect ratio. So, I mean, they're almost there, I guess is what I'm saying. When I say I want to kick it back to them, I'm saying this gives them the opportunity to bring in those members, make things a little bit more even. I'm just saying, at some point, I don't think, and I think it was our intent when we spoke about this, is that you should strive for, equal representation. But I mean, at this point, you're saying that, we're off by one person and we're saying, oh, that's skewed. I mean, it's fine. I don't know that I want to nitpick to that level on every committee that we do. So
I do think it's important to note on the second page, because they are requesting to add two or three additional members on top of that.
I don't think that that's going to, and that won't fly either. So that's what I'm saying. I think if we kick it back to them and let them vote on it, I mean, I want to empower this committee to do their thing rather than to step in and do the work ourselves.
I mean, I don't mind directing them if they follow our directions. I
They
think,
haven't been following our directions.
That's my worry. Then they shouldn't be looking for 2-3 additional Blacksburg members, all right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, just a point of procedure. A motion was made, but we didn't allow room for a second.
That's right. I'm sorry. I was start
So
discussing.
we kind of moved straight into discussion,
yeah,
but we
you're
don't
right.
actually know if there's a motion on the floor. I'm
That's
so
right.
sorry.
No, I'm glad you're keeping, eye on us.
I motion that we,
I put your motion as the school board will review the membership applications for the gifted advisory committee and approve a membership list. Does that sound right? And then we just didn't have time for a second to happen.
That's right. Do we have second?
A second.
Ms. Bond seconds. Now we're
Yes,
discussing.
thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping us straight.
So I think, I mean, if it's the will of the board that the numbers have to be exact, then let's kick it back to them with that exact requirement of 3663. But I think for us to go through the application process, which they've already done, I don't see the value in that right now.
But I'm just wondering, you were saying there was only one difference. There's four. There's
No, what, okay.
They said that they had a couple, they were looking at a couple Christiansburg people.
They're in pending, think about it, that there were 3 applications pending that did not come in at the time that this list
Right,
was.
but they were also wanting to add 2 more Blacksburg, so that would throw it up even higher.
That, I don't think.
Yeah, but that's not flying.
Did I hear you say that correctly? Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't think we would agree with that, right?
And I mean,
But I would agree to add the Christiansburg member and the 2 members from Christiansburg and the Eastmont member, and allow them to choose which of the 6 or 7 or whatever we're going to allow them members from Blacksburg that they're going to have represent.
I think they're also, it looks to me what they're doing is, they're saying they're going to add 2 Christiansburg people, an Eastmont person, and then consider Emily Loda, who right now is listed as Blacksburg, as Christiansburg. And if that was to happen, then it would be 3663.
yeah, and my purpose in the motion was not just to nitpick at who is chosen. It's to provide that advisory committee with better guidance, because it seems like that's a big piece that's missing, since how they operate is new to them. And I think we need to provide them some more guidance.
I think some of their confusion came from our staff as well, if you know, and also, we haven't gotten to this level of detail on the special ed committee or,
We've not had to.
well.
They followed the
but
rules.
I don't think to the exact same
Followed the rules.
numbers that we've got here, the exact same ratios.
They have followed the rules that we voted on for their particular advisory committee.
So why don't we just go back and say, hey, you didn't follow the rules. We need 3, 6, 6, 3. Please bring us that.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
I think getting into the weeds and us looking at, I think we're setting a precedent that I don't know
Yeah,
if we'd
I
want to
agree.
continue doing going forward. And I think that letting them choose their 3, 6, 6, 3. I guess I don't understand what the gentleman who was here earlier, what his concern was. But if we're going to start telling them what to do, and it sounded like he was already not so happy that somebody was already telling them what to do, we're going to add some more people telling them what to do. I don't know if that's a great idea.
Well, I think
so.
we're as the school board, we actually have the right to set the size of the committee and the membership and approve them. So we do have that right.
I know we have the right, but so we go back, we say we need 3, 6, 6, and 3. So give us those names, and then we can decide if we want to approve them. You want to look at all the applications for them too?
Again, this is much bigger than nitpicking the actual members that we will be choosing. I think that was pretty evident in what Ms. Whitaker explained to us, as well as what the gentleman spoke about. And that is they really need help on understanding how they act as a committee, what it means to have a quorum to vote, what it means to hold a meeting that follows Robert's rules, etc. So it is more than just reviewing the membership.
How does us picking the membership help them with things like Robert? I mean, that's something
Like
I had
what?
to learn when I came on the board, right? And that's what Ms. Whitaker said, is that they don't have, and even our staff that meets with them doesn't necessarily have that same correct guidance. So I don't understand how us picking the committee helps with that.
And maybe I should have broadened my motion a little bit. I apologize.
Okay, so I don't understand why we keep going round and round and round with this. I think we have given direction. They have bylaws that say this is how you operate. It says the committee is supposed to reflect the demographics in the community, which, to the best I can tell, it does not. And to me, it just seems like we're going to keep going round and round and round unless we help them understand, okay, you need to get this done. This is the timeline we need you to get it done in. And if not, then we need to replace those committee members. And then if we have to select folks ourselves, I would be more than willing to do that. But I'm not willing to keep going round and round with the same people. It's that simple.
I would be fine with that.
Yeah, I think
But I want to place, let me say this nicely. I want to ensure that our folks here are treated with respect with regards to this committee. And we are here to help them, not make their job harder. We want their help, but the respect has to go both ways.
I don't know how it can be harder. I mean, I don't know that this board has done anything to
Not
really
us.
disrespect them. We gave them directions. They have bylaws that gives them directions. The fact that 2 of them meet, 4 of them meet, and then 2 of them make a decision because the other 2 weren't there, I'm done, okay? They've got direction. You can get a book that tells you what Robert's Rules of Order,
Exactly,
how to follow that.
exactly.
This work needs to get done so that this committee can be in place, so we can be in compliance, and we move forward. Because I'm sure Dr. Walker would like to be able to do that with what he's required to do for the state, right, and the federal level.
Yeah.
This is just going,
So I guess
Ms. Franklin, I agree with you. Could you help me amend my motion to capture what you just said? in that
Do what
we
you've been
send it,
asked.
we send it back to their committee with the ratios that we're expecting.
And it says it's supposed to reflect the racial demographics, the ratio, that's fine, wherever it comes from, but this needs to stop. We need to say, by this date, either have your meetings, get this taken care of, or we are going to replace you.
Okay?
I'll rescind my second if you want to.
Yes, I would like to remake that motion.
So then, I think we're saying the same thing, that
Yeah,
basically we'll
you-
kick it back to them. I think one nuance on this is the size of the committee. They can get a perfect ratio with 18, but what if they wanted to have a committee of 15 or 25 or whatever?
They have to meet the ratio, period.
Exactly.
3, the
Yeah.
end.
Which ratios? The percentage ratios or the rounded ratios?
It's just the demographic ratio because we're represented.
But you can't meet that perfect. I think, I thought, tell me if I'm wrong, I thought when we talked about this generally, not just about this
I can
committee,
go back to
that we
slide.
said that they would strive to do that, but that they didn't have to necessarily meet it exactly. I'm not trying to underrepresent anybody, or I'm not trying to make a big deal about that. I'm just trying to not hole us in a position where, we're down to single numbers or something, and really putting our committees in a corner, that's all.
But the way that they are presenting right now, we have to be honest with each other and ourselves too.
Sure.
They want to make it more populated with Blacksburg representation. I mean, that's what is being tried here. So we have to be very clear. I don't care they have 15 members, 20 members, but 10 cannot be from Blacksburg.
Right.
And then the
ratio has
rest
to
10 will
match.
represent the other 3. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I
If
think-
it is not 1, 2, 2, 1, it's okay, because I know
Okay.
sometimes it's hard to get people
Okay.
from other communities moving
Perfect.
forward.
So
As long as we can give that
Okay,
direction,
then we're on the same page.
yeah,
All
I
right.
think we're
Thank you.
okay.
So I will amend my motion that we would like for them to, the GAC to bring back to us a new list of members
Can we say a voted on list?
of, yes,
on
thank
list,
you,
yeah.
A
thank
voted
you,
on
thank you.
list.
A voted on list by more than 2 members.
Well, by quorum.
By a quorum, voted on list by a quorum.
Reflective of
Reflecting of the ratio that we have voted on as a board. And then we need to add a deadline.
The racial demographics need to be
Right.
present.
The ratio with the demographics, and we need to give a deadline.
I think next week. So I think we should vote on it next week.
Do they know, does their bylaws speak to a quorum, or do we need to tell them?
That's my question.
So that's
was
again
gonna
the
be-
question, is what bylaws? The ones they approved for their group in June, or the ones that were they do speak to different things, but there's a lot of things in there that really need to be looked at. It does say a quorum will vote. I'm sorry. There are a couple of things, if you don't mind, that I think you might want to clarify, just so I know how to direct them.
Sure.
One is, there was a member who submitted a resignation dependent upon your approval today. And so I don't know if that means your decision, or if you approved what they did. I don't know how you want me to move that back. We have a resignation that says, following your approval of what they've submitted today, there's a resignation. I don't know how to tell them to move forward after that either. So that would be one piece. 2 would be the clarification of how you identify the community. Is it based upon how that person filled out an application, or is it based upon where we move them to have representation from communities? I think we need to very clearly define for them what the expectation is, how you if a teacher applies as a teacher, or did they apply as a parent? And then can we, I don't know enough at those meetings, but the conversations I've heard of, we have this person here, and they do this role, and we have them there. I just think they really need some clear guidance on those pieces. And moving forward, I would say for all advisories, we should have a common application, but we don't right now. And so again, it's just a matter of cleaning it up, and I want to make sure to give them the right guidance.
So does this application say, what representation?
I was just trying to pull it, up on my laptop real quick, because it is on their piece. I could get it for you and tell you.
And if it does say that, and that's what that person identifies as, then that's what they are.
Okay.
And we don't move them around because that's what they applied for. Okay.
And again, my concern is with this committee, how many active members have there tomorrow to work on this application membership list to come back to us? Do we have a really committee to be able to
It
function?
depends if that's a resignation, like if that is a resignation, but if it's not because it wasn't approved, like I don't know what to do with that piece.
Who makes up the committee right now?
We have four different members.
Okay, 4 members, and that was for the 1920.
That was for the meeting on the 10th, yes. And then
And they're all
one
from-
individual, there was a lot of going back and forth. I don't want to have another meeting. We approved this, and I'm saying, no, we did not. And so that person said, I resign.
And they're
Then
all
they said,
from-
I'm sorry, I didn't resign. So that person, so you see what I
So
mean?
again, I mean, what if we just, to your motion, what if we give them until next week? And if it hasn't happened, then we,
Is that,
I
is
think it's
that
enough.
give
We have
them
enough-
enough time?
No.
They feel that it does.
Next week?
Yeah, I mean, that's their indication now. I would say, in my opinion, that would be if all 4 members could attend, not,
Right.
my personal thing would be have a meeting when everybody can be there.
Right.
So that they can
But
all
it-
have a voice in it, but a quorum is a different thing. So,
Would it not be smarter to say January 5th?
yeah, I mean, I'm fine with whatever. I know that they are eager to move and they
Oh,
want to get
sure.
to work. So I know
if we
they've said they
if-
would meet
If
if
we
they
said by January 5th and they met this week anyway, could we just add it to the
For the agenda for
agenda for
January
next
5th?
week, right?
So it has to be
So-
prior January 5th. so
Yeah,
they
prior
can-
to January 5th, but they could meet before then if they want. They can meet this week.
But
so
I,
you can give
I
them that
still
week.
worry about their bylaws, not having, their bylaws.
I do believe they're going to try and
with that.
operate under the old ones, but
Where are they from, these 4 people? Are they on the list here?
Are they all from?
one is
Blacksburg?
not on the list because they've submitted a resignation
The others
pursuant
are
to
on the
your
list here?
approval. And I believe the other 3 are still on there.
Are they all from
Okay.
Blacksburg?
So,
No.
Okay.
couple of questions.
Yes, they are? Yes, I'm sorry. I thought one was a teacher from another strand.
All of
true.
them are Blacksburg?
Okay, so then yes, all Blacksburg.
Okay, so what bylaws are they primarily functioning under?
I think the old ones.
I
from
don't
what
really
From
think
what I
any-
understand, they're old bylaws.
Okay, in those bylaws,
Let me
does
grab
it
my gun.
say, is there a percentage or is there a number that have to be present?
Doesn't say anything.
As far as a quorum?
Yeah, Ms. Franklin, I've been advising them on parliamentary procedure when they email. I attended one of their meetings to try and provide that advice. They weren't receptive to it. And then later followed up via email, and I provided information on, with this emergency meeting that they wanted to hold, what a quorum was.
What is a quorum?
A quorum for them would be 3 because they're a group of 4. The response to me was, but two should be enough, and then they held the meeting.
If a quorum
so.
is 3, we tell them a
One
quorum is 3.
resigned, so they're saying.
So, but that one said, I resigned, but no, I didn't?
Yeah, she was saying, I mean, I can't speak for them. What I saw in the email was, I don't want to have the meeting. We already voted. I don't want to be away from my family. We've already made this decision. I don't want to push the board. They've given us guidelines, and I feel like going too far is going to move it to the other side. And so then said, I resigned, but then came back and said, I'm sorry, I was emotional. I was just done. I was just kind of done with it. I don't want to, that's my summary of it. In terms of the bylaws that are in place, if I'm correct, all it says is members are appointed to the committee for a 3-year term. Appointments and vacancies are filled as appropriate. Effort is made to ensure the membership reflects the educational level, ethic, and geographic composition of the school division. Members may serve more than one term, no conflict of interest. Committee members shall be free from actual or potential conflicts of interest.
Okay, so we've identified a quorum as 3. We need to set a date to tell them to have the meeting. If they cannot have that meeting by that date with a quorum of 3, we're done.
We're done.
We move on
Yeah.
and select another.
That's what I said. Yep.
That's a good
Okay,
one.
so where was I in my amendment?
Hold
We're
on
just
just one
setting the
moment,
date?
and I will read to you what I have.
Okay. I think we're just missing the date.
January 5th?
I have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have the motion as send the membership list back to the Gifted Advisory Committee, asking the committee to have a membership list that is voted on by a majority of board members where a quorum of 3 is present. I'll change that to at least 3, I'm sorry. That reflects the ratios and demographics as previously approved by the school board. This membership list is due to the school board by
January 5th.
I need it before then to get it to you, budget.
Yeah, so it has to be
We have
before.
to have it the Tuesday before the meeting, so that's still December.
Whatever
Yeah.
that number is.
Let's see, what is that?
Sorry, I didn't think of that.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
Unless you all will accept it the day of the
No.
board docs.
No. I'm glad you brought that up. So that would be by December, let's say December 18th.
Can't we provide them with someone who could be an advisor to help them get
They're not
organized?
receptible to
They've
that.
not been receptive to that.
Well, tough.
Well, I think with a new,
It's
I
like-
think with a new committee,
I'm sorry to make you keep walking up and.
No, the answer is the board gets to determine whatever you want. So we cannot, because we don't have any ability to direct them. And that is evident. You all do, so whatever you want us to do, we can do, and whatever you tell them to do, they need to do. But that's again why we need direction. I do want to say again, they really want to get work done. You know, I don't want it to be just a negative. There is a lot of confusion and stress, but we got to move past that
And
piece
if they
and
wanna-
get them where they need to be.
So if they want to get work done, then we provide that we say, okay, so this person, whoever this person is going to is going to advise you. The school board has asked this person to advise you and get you guys going, because if you don't make a decision in a week, then we will find new people to work with.
If that happens, if I could, I would prefer if you would ask me to do that than the individuals who have already been trying to do that, because they have spent a lot of time trying to do that.
Yes.
So,
So you want to be the advisor?
So let's
Want
just
to
stick
see-
with
I would be happy to do that. And, you know,
It's the
again, we
will
got to
of the
get them
board.
moved forward, but we do, as Ms. Drake said, we have, Dr. Wickham's been trying to help, and Ms. Knapp has been trying to help, and so perhaps,
Right. So let's say December 18th, and let's go ahead and move on this motion, because we need to extend here before too long.
December 18th is the deadline? Okay.
December 18th. So now,
So we have
you can,
now we can second.
second.
Do you want me to read it again?
Do you
Just-
want to read what you seconded?
I'm so
I didn't think
confused.
we were, okay. yeah.
It's getting late.
Send the membership list back to the Gifted Advisory Committee, asking the committee to have a membership list that is voted on by a majority of board members, GAC members. It is late, isn't it, Ms. Cass? A majority of GAC members where a quorum of at least 3 are present that reflects the ratios and demographics previously approved by the school board. The membership list is due to the administration by December 18th, who will deliver it to the school board for consideration at the meeting on January 5th, 2021.
Thank you.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot in there. So that motion was made by
So-
Ms. Graham and seconded by Ms. Bond. Okay.
So Ms. Whitaker, then in that case, since you need it ahead of time, there's pretty much no chance that this will come to us next week then, is that correct? And are you okay with that?
I believe they will meet, and they will try to get it to you. You know, when I talked today, they said, and I got a second email from someone else, we will meet and try.
Okay.
You know, I think that
Great.
I do think they will try to get it to you.
That's fine.
All right.
That'd be great.
So we have the motion, we have the second, we did all the discussions.
Time to vote.
Shall we
Like for
roll
me to
call?
call the roll?
Yes, please.
I'd be happy to. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trebaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Thank you. I hope that's a good direction to
If-
moving forward. shall we vote for extend or?
I think that perhaps the board members may consider amending the agenda to remove the closed session, and I think you might be able to be okay.
So moved.
Second, third, fourth.
Oh, any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Is there nothing in closed session?
No, there's,
It was
there's,
only personnel
report.
report.
Just the basic stuff,
yeah,
okay.
unless you want to know
Unless you
about
have a
something,
question,
there's
yeah.
nothing that I have.
I didn't see anything either, so I thought, okay.
All right, moving on to unfinished business. Any matters of unfinished business? Hearing
I guess,
none.
I guess just that request that I mentioned earlier about, I still would like for, I mean, who knows how much longer we're going to be in this pandemic, and I
Sure.
would like for us to
Can we
get to a
look
point
into
where,
having public join us via Zoom?
public address.
I mean, yeah, public address. And moving on to new business. Any new business, board members?
I would like to again bring up my proposal that we add an agenda item to the next meeting to move MCPS to Level 3, Phase 3, effective January 4th for elementary students and January 26th for middle and high school students, with Wednesdays remaining as a student work from home day.
Now, for that to be on the agenda, I need consensus. Do we have 4 members wants that to be put on the agenda? I couldn't speak.
So why would we want that to be put on the agenda when we're going to be having that conversation around reopening schools? It's like we've already made up our mind before we have finished our discussion about the information from the surveys and the different things that we've talked about tonight as far as our guarding and shields and everything. It's like, we've made our decision, let's just do it. Why do we even, let's take the other item off the agenda and just leave that there. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, I see Ms. Franklin's point
An
in.
agenda item, I know not for discussion, but if there was if we were to agree on some type of consensus on that particular topic, wouldn't it not have to be on the agenda for it to be voted on? Or it couldn't be?
Or discussed.
Or discussed.
Yeah.
Or even discussed. That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I think I see your point, and I hear Ms. Graham, and I also hear Ms. Franklin as well, because we might be discussing that during the discussion of reopening school anyway.
It just wasn't one of the recommendations that was brought to us, so that's why I'm proposing this.
So
Brought to us by whom?
then proper procedure would be, if you're saying that it wasn't one of the recommendations, when we get to that part of the agenda next week, then you would add that as a recommendation or make a motion toward that. But to make it tonight is saying,
I see.
this is
yeah.
what we want to do. We don't need to have any more discussion.
Okay, I just was wanting it to be on the agenda for discussion.
It can be discussed, but I think it sends a very bad message if we're saying, this is what we're going to discuss and we're going to make a decision on that's already out there. And then we say, but let's do this. And why have that discussion?
I get the sense that it's, so by doing that, are we planning on voting on that at the next meeting?
Yeah,
We're going to
and-
vote about whether,
and that motion can be
because that's
made
what
at
it
the
sounds
next
like.
meeting.
That motion sounds like, okay, so next
It's a done
meeting,
deal.
we're going to talk about it and we're going to vote about that. And I don't think that we are in a place to have that.
That wasn't the purpose at all,
Have
just
that.
a discussion.
I think part of that, if you agree, then Ms. Graham, part of the discussion will come, while we are discussing how we reopen, what level we reopen.
I think for a January, I'm sorry, what was what was your motion or your, you had a date in there of January
5th for the
5th,
elementary
thank you,
and
yes, yeah.
second semester for the.
So,
second.
I mean, I do agree with Ms. Franklin and Ms. Cass on that we can have that discussion as part of the discussion next week. I think the discussion and maybe that, I don't know if it needs to be a new business or not, but if we want to talk about January 5th, I think we should also look at some numbers and discuss as a board where we sit and what the health department's telling us, because cases are surging around here and you know, the
Actually,
models.
we're not
and-
surging. If you read the notes from the health department, it specifically says we are not surging.
Well, we
We also
had,
just had Thanksgiving, people traveled, everyone, you read all across the country, there's concern that numbers are going to surge, death rates are going to go up. I don't think that we can just ignore that. And
yeah, maybe my word choice was not, and so thank you. I should be more precise, but there, our numbers did go up ahead of Thanksgiving. Our case numbers in our school, we all got, I think, that email from one parent that helpfully graphed them out, and they're still relatively low, but you can definitely see the spike there. All I'm asking is, I think we should have a discussion about the beginning of next year, but maybe that, if everybody agrees that that's okay to have as part of the discussion next week, that's fine. If not, perhaps we can, you know.
Well, I think in general, we've already said multiple times that, you know, we take the guidance from the health department. And if they come to us, Dr. Meyer will know about it and contact us if there are actions that we need to take.
But we decide if we're going to reopen. The health department doesn't decide that.
The health department is who we get our guidance from.
Right, but we don't have to, that's guidance doesn't mean they direct us. And I think we were getting that very confused.
Yeah, I think.
I hear what the health department says, that's fine, but that doesn't mean I have to, that my decision has to be, they do not tell us whether our schools are open or closed. That's the school board's job.
No, that's the consensus of the board. It will be the consensus as to how we move forward.
Correct.
And if
And,
that's what the
and all I'm
board's-
saying is I think that it's worth, we don't talk about it at every meeting, but I think it's worth having that discussion next time. So if it's not going to be part of our other wider discussion about the reopening, then I do think we do need to add it. So from that point of view, I could support a agenda item to discuss that.
Well, then I'd like to put up an agenda item that we discuss that we should, as of, that we should stay in hybrid mode through the end of January. And, I mean, like, how ridiculous is it? So I'll just come up with something we can all talk about too. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
I think we have to stick to what is recommended to us. And, you know, during those discussions, we can bring our own opinions, how to move forward. And if there will be enough board members to support, school system move forward with that recommendation. Otherwise, you know, we don't have to individually come up with an agenda item that tells, you know, different story to public that listening to us. So
Fine with that.
I think it is good to look at the 6, I think, committee members' recommendation, how to move forward on that last slide that we have seen. But that is also open to discussion, and it says, you know, if the school board needs to change phase and level, that has to be voted by the school board. So under that umbrella, like Ms. Franklin was saying, we can bring our opinion of we want to have it, we want different phases and different stages or different levels. If you know, we can do that. So
Okay, we have 3 minutes.
is it okay?
2 minutes.
All right. How I can finish in 2 minutes. Announcements and information. Upcoming school board meetings. One thing I think Ms. Drake brought my attention is next meeting is not one of our regular meetings, and it does not have public address portion. So is the board's will to put a public address to that meeting or not?
Yes, I will.
I'm fine. Anytime we meet, I think we should have
Yeah,
public
then, you know,
address.
I think we should, no problem having public
All right.
address.
Did you get 4?
Did we get 4? Public address, public address? All right, we got it. Thank you. And then you see the December 15 is at 6 o'clock by virtual meeting with VSBA. And we don't need a closed session. I'm skipping, then we have to approve our personnel reports. May I?
Second.
Motion and second. Any questions? Then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And the meeting is adjourned, and it is
11:30.
11:30 on the dot. I don't know how I did that.